Well, as Urban Meyer likes to say, championships are won in November, and tonight all across the Buckeye State, 16 teams will do just that. Regional Championship Friday in the Ohio High School Athletic Association as we are into week 3 of the playoffs, meaning teams are just 3 weeks away from winning state titles. Welcome into Friday Night Huddle. I'm Aaron Goldstein in for Dave Bacon tonight. Pleased to be joined by the guys from cleveland.com, Chris Fedor, Dan Lobby. Should be a lot of fun over the next 4 hours. We crown some champions.
Yeah, regional championship week, always a great weekend. This year, Division I doing their regional championships this week as opposed to next week. So regional champs everywhere onto the state semifinals, and some teams looking for their first trips to the state semifinals this week too. So should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I like the mix here, guys, because if you're talking about tonight, you've got the big powers, you've got St. Ignatius, St. Ed's, teams that are usually there, but you also have some other teams that are vying back for the first time in a long, long time. Talk about Warren Harding. Last time Warren Harding's been in this position has been, what, about 20 years ago, something along those lines? So I like the mix that you've got the newbies with the veterans.
You mentioned the newbies. Sycamore's in the regional final for the first time in history. You talked about Division I moving to Friday night. You think they're ever thankful that they got to do it this year? We're in mid-November, and we're talking 70s outside.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the game's tomorrow. It's going to be a complete different, a mess out there. Should be interesting, though, to get the nice weather for Friday night.
Yeah, they're certainly not regretting that mistake or that decision, I should say, tonight to have these games on Friday nights as opposed to Saturday. So St. Ed, St. Ignatius very happy among the other Division I schools.
We've seen battles between the two of them even late in the regular season that have been bitter cold.
Oh,
but,
yes.
Should be a lot of fun tonight. Well, we are keeping our eye on a lot of games tonight all across the state. 16 games in total going on. We've got reporters at a whole bunch of them, and we'll be checking in with them throughout the night. Of course, you mentioned the St. Ignatius St. Edward game in Region 1. Lorraine Olentangy, the regional championship in Region 2. And Chris mentioned Hudson, Warren G. Harding certainly should be a good one there. Olmsted Falls and Anthony Wayne. They'll square off, as well as NDCL and Perry in Division 4. Kirtland, Cuyahoga Heights, that'll be an interesting one to watch. Region 21 in Division 6. Shelby and Steubenville, that's a Division 4 game. Pickerington Central and Wayne, that's the Region 3 in Division 1, and that's the winner of that one is going to end up playing Sycamore and St. X. Sycamore St. X, a 7-5 matchup down there. As you guys look at that list and the whole list of games all across the state, which one jumps out to you, Chris?
Yeah, so I'm a little bit biased, but I'll go with St. Ed's and St.
Tough
Ignatius.
choice there, huh?
Yeah, I mean, as an alum of St. Ed's, I'm going to go with that one, of course. The rematch from Week 10. Week 10 was a game that St. Ed's, you don't see that very often. You're talking about a team that has won back-to-back state titles, getting a running clock against their rival, something that they certainly didn't want. But the question I have coming into tonight, guys, is, okay, how much did St. Ed's learn from that game against St. Ignatius? Was St. Ed's holding something back against St. Ignatius, thinking that this could be a potential matchup down the road? And can they slow down the St. Ignatius running attack, which ran up and down the field against St. Ed's, something that the Eagles certainly aren't used to?
A big offensive line, too. That's a big reason why. You know, we talk about it with the Dallas Cowboys all the time, right? How good they are because of their offensive line. St. Ignatius is kind of built the same way. They have a really good running back, a quarterback that can run too, and it's just really difficult. And that quarterback, when he has time to throw the football, incredibly dangerous. Good dual threat guy.
Dan, another game you're looking for?
Well, I like the Olentangy Liberty Patriots and the Lorraine Titans. Not a lot of people talking about this game, but you've got some star power here. You've got Brendan White, an Ohio State kid, has played quarterback, but he lines up at wide receiver. He lines up at tailback. He does a little bit of everything. He even plays some defensive back as well. And his quarterback, Mitch O'Cooley, a sophomore, has been very good in this postseason. So I want to see what he can do as well. And then on the other side, Lorraine, really one of the best stories, I think, this year. And we've talked about the star power that they have over the weeks. And the guy that I really like, Deshaun Brooks, the cornerback, has just shut down some of the top receivers in the area. And last week, shut down Ty Henderson, 1,200-yard receiver. Ended up with 97 yards last week, but a lot of that came when Brooks was cramping up and was out of the game. So that's a really interesting matchup that maybe not a lot of people are talking about. And I mentioned a lot of teams haven't won regional titles before, 2 of them in this game. So somebody's going to get their first regional title tonight.
Olentangy has a couple of impressive wins. They beat Glenville early in the season. They really probably gave a shock to everybody. For more on this game, though, let's head out there. Our reporter Nate Klein there with a preview.
Hey, it is Nathaniel out in Mansfield, Ohio for the Region 2 final between the Liberty Patriots and the Lorraine Titans. Now, both teams are looking for their first region title tonight. The winner will get a chance to face off the number one final winner, either St. Edward or St. Ignatius. So here's what you need to know. Ohio State commit Brandon White, who's going to be suiting up for Liberty tonight, scored 5 touchdowns last week. So obviously this Liberty team is very, very good on offense. But Lorraine is as well. Carlos Chavez just reached the just broke the city record for the most rushing yards this season with over 3,000. I'll have more in the story later. You can check that out. But again, tonight is going to be just about who can control the football, who can commit the least number of turnovers in this game. So the game is not until about 7:30. Players are just getting out here on the field right now, so that's why I get a chance to step out on the field. But otherwise, it's good weather for football. I think it was about 74 reached high today. I could be wrong. I'm not a certified meteorologist, but check out more updates on my Twitter account, as well as check out the guys in the studio at Friday Night Huddle.
All right, thanks, Nate, so much. Let's take a look at the Region 2 bracket and how both these teams got here. One trend that we will notice all night long is the number of 3 seeds that advance. 15 3 seeds are still alive compared to only, I believe, 5 or 6 2 seeds. So it's the year of the 3 seed. Lorraine with wins over Olentangy and Dublin Jerome. Olentangy Liberty beating Orange, and then Medina. They put up 45 points last week in that win over Medina. What stands out to you guys here?
Well, in that win over Medina, too, they held the Bees to their second lowest scoring output of the season. And that Medina offense can score some points. So, you give up 27, and maybe you look at that and say, oh, 27 points, that's not great. But against that Medina offense, that's pretty good.
Yeah, the thing that stands out to me is a lot of teams go into a game against Olentangy Liberty and they see that 12-0 record, and it can be a little bit nerve-wracking, saying, oh my goodness, this is the team that we have to get through. For a team like Lorraine, though, battle-tested. They beat Sandusky before Sandusky lost last week in the playoffs. That was the only loss for Sandusky. They beat Bedford at the end of the season. They beat Cleveland Heights at the end of the season. They've already gotten past one Olentangy, got past Dublin Jerome. So a team that's battle-tested, and I don't think they're going to be afraid of looking across the field and be intimidated by that 12-0 mark, because they've played against some quality competition this year that I think is going to help them tonight.
You know what's sort of fun about this matchup, too, and is it's pitting a Columbus area team against a Cleveland area team. And with Division I going back to the 4 regions, the past couple of years when there were just 2 regions, these happen all the time. You don't really get as many of these anymore because it's all broken up. And these 2 teams have to each go to Mansfield and play there in the middle, sort of the middle of, I don't want to say middle of nowhere, but middle of the state there. It's a lot of fun to see these 2 teams go. It'll be fun to see what ends up happening. I'd say the one game that I'm watching for is Kirtland and Cuyahoga Heights. Last week, or I should say 3 weeks ago, Cuyahoga Heights beat Kirtland 21-0. The first time they had beaten the Hornets since 2008. That included a couple of playoff games that they lost to, too. So it's certainly a long time coming for Cuyahoga Heights. The Redskins' defense, really impressive in that game. They didn't allow Kirtland across midfield until the 3rd quarter, but both teams have been on a roll since then. Watching out for Brett Lowther, the Cuyahoga Heights quarterback, the district offensive player of the year. They outgained Kirtland 290 to 131 in that game. But of course, Kirtland going to be looking for some revenge. They've got Joey Torek, their big-time running back, 1,300 rushing yards so far on the season. Also Dylan Falco at QB. He's thrown for 683 yards, run for more than 500 yards. So it should be a lot of fun to watch that one. There are 2 big rivals there, and you never know what happens when they get together.
Yeah, it's great. And it was great for Cuyahoga Heights to get that win, because that's always kind of the, can you beat this team?
Right.
And obviously, if you're going to win a state title in Division VI, you've got to be able to beat Kirtland. And last year, played them tough in the first game. And then Brett Lowther actually said, in the second game, it was tough. Weather wasn't on their side. That was a quote from a story leading up to this game. So the weather's certainly going to be on everybody's side tonight, I think, and it won't be a factor in this game. And it'll be interesting to see, has Kirtland kind of carried that loss with them, and how is that going to affect them? Will it be positive? Will it be negative? And as always, when you play Kirtland, if you're Cuyahoga Heights, how do you kind of deal with that rushing attack? You've shown you can beat them once, but can you deal with it again?
Yeah, and the other thing that I think is always so fascinating when you're talking about rematches, teams that have already seen each other during the regular season, there's not as much of a feeling out process. Because it's one thing to say, okay, we're going to scout this team, we're going to look at what they do, what they can't do, and we're going to try and duplicate that. but once you actually feel it and you get that familiarity, it can be a little bit different. These two teams have played against each other. So Cuyahoga Heights knows what Kirtland wants to do. Kirtland knows what Cuyahoga Heights wants to do. And it's going to come down to a game of execution. And that's what I love about these. There's not going to be that feeling out process.
It's going to be who has the best players on the field and who's playing. And, last year was 34-13 Kirtland. So really both teams feeling like maybe they've got a little revenge in mind.
Yeah.
All right, we've talked a lot about Division I. We talked here about Division 6. Well, how about Division 2? Chris mentioned Hudson and Warren G. Harding. They're coming up tonight in the Region 5 championship game. As we look at check in on that one, what do you guys feel like is the key there?
The thing that I think is fascinating about Hudson is they have become this team that is comfortable being uncomfortable. And it's funny because I was talking about that same thing with Kyrie Irving of the Cleveland Cavaliers just about 2 weeks ago. He said one of the differences for him is that being around the team and all of the pressure that's on them and being under the microscope, he had to learn how to be comfortable in uncomfortable positions. And Hudson is a team that when they trail, they seem to bring out their own best. So that's something that I think is fascinating with the Explorers and something that every team needs going into the postseason is, okay, how are you going to respond when you're down? And are you going to be okay coming from behind? Hudson is that comeback team where it seems like, they say it all the time, but quote-unquote team of destiny.
Yeah, they've trailed in the fourth quarter in their last 6 games and won 5. Trailed or tied in the fourth quarter, last 6 games and won 5 of them.
Well, you know what would make me feel uncomfortable?
What's
is
that?
watching Lynn Bowden rush for over 300 yards in the previous week against in their last game against Chardon. Yeah, pretty good defense and a pretty good football team. That would certainly make me uncomfortable if I'm Hudson. But what they did against Aurora last week was really impressive. They outgained them 323 to 260 total yards. They really held Aurora's running game in check for the most part. Held Aurora to 7 points, which is incredibly impressive to do against the Greenmen. So for Hudson, they're always a good program, right? This is a chance for them to get their 3rd straight state semifinal. This has sort of been a program year for them. Maybe they don't have as much talent as they have usually had, but when you're Hudson, you just know how you're going to play, and I think that's something they've fallen back on this year.
You mentioned their 3rd straight. It's their first 2 that they're trying to get to their 3rd straight. The last 2, their first 2, so impressive.
Yep.
Let's get more of an update for that game. Ryan Isley is at the stadium with more. Ryan?
Good evening from Twinsburg's Tiger Stadium. I'm Ryan Isley for cleveland.com and Friday Night Huddle. Tonight I'm here for the Division II Region 5 regional final between the Hudson Explorers and the Warren G. Harding Raiders. Hudson comes in having held a powerful Aurora team to just 7 points in a 14-7 win last week in the regional semifinals. And if they are to advance to their 3rd straight state semifinals, they're going to have to stop another powerful offense as the Lynn Bowden-led Raiders come in averaging over 40 points a game. Bowden has rushed for over 1,200 yards in his last 6 games with over 20 touchdowns. Bowden comes in as the All-Inland District Player of the Year offensively. So Hudson is going to have their hands full if they're going to win this game. It's up to the Hudson defense to see what they can do with Lynn Bowden. I will have more updates as the night goes on, as well as highlights over on Twitter. So keep up on Friday Night Huddle and cleveland.com.
All right, thanks, Ryan, as we take a look at the Region 5 bracket. Guys, what stands out to you here?
I might have shortchanged Lynn Bowden, actually. Let's not forget he threw for over 100 yards last week, too.
That's right.
476 yards of offense. Harding had 530. That's a lot of yardage.
I think the thing that stands out to me here is Chardon going down against Warren Harding, because coming into this, we were looking at teams that could possibly make a deep run into the postseason, and Chardon stood out because they're unconventional, they're very difficult to prepare for, and they're the kind of team that had the offense and the defense seemed like they were clicking on all cylinders going into the postseason. So for them to lose to Warren Harding, it got my antennas up about what this Warren Harding team is capable of. So obviously, even though in week 1 of the postseason they struggled against Brecksville's powerful offense, they're a team that is very, very capable of making a deep run, and they showed that last week beating Chardon.
Those two teams got there in 2 very different ways. Harding a 49-31 winner over Chardon. Hudson, meanwhile, just 14-7 over Aurora. So offense versus defense. Should be interesting to see how they mix. Meanwhile, let's move over to Region 6, a battle of a pair of 9-3 teams, Olmsted Falls and Anthony Wayne. Olmsted Falls coming off a win over Westlake 49-21 last week, while Anthony Wayne beat Avon Lake, the 8 seed, 14-6, guys.
What a strange bracket. I mean, I think a lot of people looked at this bracket at the beginning and said, all right, we're going to get Avon Midview in the regional final. That rematch, those teams always play great games. And then those two teams go down in the first round. And now you've got Anthony Wayne and Olmsted Falls, just like everybody thought, I guess. But it's a credit to those teams to just take advantage of the upsets in their region. When the favorites go down, that's an opportunity. And both these teams have taken advantage of that.
I mean, sometimes you need a little help. Of course, when it's this kind of situation, you need a little bit of help. The thing that I wonder going into tonight's game is, can Olmsted Falls throw the ball? Or are they going to be forced into throwing the ball? So far in their first 2 playoff games, they haven't been forced to throw the ball, and they've still been able to win. How are they going to react? Or is it even going to happen where somebody takes them out of their comfort zone, takes away what they do best, force them to throw the ball?
We are just about 13 and a half minutes from all these games kicking off. Let's get more on this game, Olmsted Falls against Anthony Wayne. Here's Tim Bielek. Tim?
This is Tim Bielek of cleveland.com and the Friday Night Huddle, coming to you tonight from Sandusky Perkins High School for the Division II Region 6 final, with number 6 Olmsted Falls battling number 4 Anthony Wayne for a trip to the state semifinals. The Bulldogs come into tonight's matchup looking for their first regional title since 2002, and their offense has been looking extremely good this postseason, scoring 80 points in their first 2 wins. The triple option attack led by fullback Spencer Linville, who's got nearly 2,000 yards rushing this season. The 240-pound fullback gets the ball nearly every other play, and it's a tough task for a defense to bring down, but this is a good defense in Anthony Wayne. They've allowed just 13 points in their first 2 wins this postseason. They forced 5 turnovers last week, defeating Avon Lake 14-6 to get to this game. Make sure you're following me on Twitter for updates throughout the night at Bielek_Tim, as well as the hashtag Friday Huddle, and I'll have more updates and highlights throughout tonight's game as we decide our Region 6 champion.
Guys, anytime you have a 240-pound fullback, it's a good idea to give him the ball every other carry, right?
I mean, my goodness. Spencer Linville, a man amongst boys out there, 41 carries in last week's game, and head coach Tom DeLuca said, well, he's built for something like that. Not everybody can sustain that kind of pounding, but when you're talking about the makeup of Spencer Linville, he's the guy that they have ridden all the way to this point, so why would you stop now?
This game might be over by about 9 o'clock.
That's exactly
with
right.
these 2 teams, because
Tim got the good assignment then, right?
Olmsted Falls didn't throw the ball last week. On the other side, Anthony Wayne, you've got Nick Schneider. He carried the ball 30 times last week for 161 yards. He's kind of been forced into being their quarterback / tailback here in the postseason. So both of these teams want to run the football, and Chris, you mentioned it. For both of these teams, if they're put in a situation where maybe they're down 2 scores late in the game, or down, whatever the deficit, and they need to throw the ball, it's going to be interesting to see if they can do it.
All right, let's move over to Division 4 and another matchup that we'll be keeping our eye on, and that is Steubenville, the Big Red, in action tonight as they move on to the regional final. What's one thing that you watch for them?
Well, I mean, Steubenville is Steubenville, right? They're one of the most intimidating teams out there. For
Way to put
Shelby,
it.
They are Steubenville. That is
for
sure.
Shelby, when you face that team, there's always kind of that. You have to get over that shock, I guess, or that fear of the program, and it's. I'm curious to see how Shelby reacts when they look across the field and they see that uniform looking back at them.
The thing that stands out to me for the Big Red, number 1, they're not used to losing, and they're not used to losing at home. And St. Vincent St. Mary was able to go to Steubenville, beat Steubenville there. You ask yourself, how does that team respond? Well, they respond with a win against Ursuline, and they've ripped off all these wins, and they're leaning on the defense. They're leaning on the identity of who they are. And that's the mark to me of a team that can make a deep postseason run, is how do you respond after your first loss? And they've been at their best since that loss against St. Vincent St. Mary.
And for Shelby, 1 loss, it's just Sandusky,
Right.
a 10-win team. So, Shelby's going to say the Whippets, we're pretty good.
Yeah, both teams 11-1 on the season. Steubenville's won 6 in a row. Shelby's won 7 in a row. One of them's going to go down tonight.
What is a whippet?
Oh, where did we pull that one out? Did you pull out
I
the
mean, that's
picture?
their nickname, but I don't know what that is.
WHIPPETS.
Yeah.
Impressive. All right,
Whippets.
maybe Jeff Sabo knows what that is. Let's go to him for a preview.
Hello, everybody. I'm Jeff Sabo here for the Friday Night Huddle. I'm outside of Paul Brown Stadium in Massillon as the Steubenville Big Red are going to take on the Shelby Whippets here tonight, 7:30 p.m. The regional championship is on the line. Taking a look at the Steubenville Big Red, they have been in this position many, many times before. They have made the playoffs 15 out of the last 16 years. They are led by Jacob Bernard in the backfield and Javon Davis at quarterback. Now, taking a look at the Shelby Whippets team, they are 11-1. They are led by Devin Shorty Brooks in the backfield. 38 touchdowns on the season, 2,300 yards, total rushing. Brennan Armstrong is the quarterback. He is a Division I college recruit, so they definitely have a lot of weapons to work with. And then talking with Shelby's head coach, Eric Wool, throughout the week, he has a very determined football team. He said that they cannot turn the ball over and that they need to get the running game going against the Steubenville Big Red here tonight. The action starts at 7:30, and we're going to have the highlights for you as the game goes on.
All right, thanks, Jeff. Appreciate that. We talk about Shelby. This is not a familiar position that they're in. They haven't been in the playoffs since 2010 before this year. We're making a nice little deep run here.
But that's always the thing that you wonder, okay, a Steubenville team, a program, very comfortable in this kind of situation, been there, done that. How is a team like Shelby going to handle that when they look over and they see that helmet with the big S on it, and against a team that is so battle-tested, so playoff-tested? The experience edge is obviously on Steubenville's favor, so that means Shelby, the Whippets, by the way, it's a dog. It's a small dog. We looked it up.
Bred for
Glad we
racing.
got that
Bred
cleared up
for racing,
early on
so
in the show
fast
here.
dog.
Bred for racing, small, fast dog. You wonder, they're not going to have the experience advantage, so what is it that they're going to lean on?
And defensively, look, they've scored points, but they had a stretch in the season where they had 2 straight shutouts, gave up 7 points, had a little bit of an outlier against Bellevue and gave up 34, and then came back and had 7. They've only allowed 25 points in their first 2 playoff games. So this is a team that can play a little defense against a very good Steubenville offense.
We talk about Steubenville, and they're a team that went to the state championship game last year and lost to Bishop Hartley.
Yep.
They've been in the Final Four for the last 3 seasons. When you have that much experience going this deep into November, does it make it tough as a program to get up for these games at all? You feel like it's been there, done that, or?
No, I think it's advantage them. They understand how to prepare for these games. Their kids have been in these situations before. They grow up wanting to be a part of this sort of thing. And I think that's so big when you get into the postseason and you've got such a finite time to get ready for the opponent and you don't know them all that well. The advantage usually goes to the team with the experience. They understand how to prepare for these kinds of things.
Yeah, and I just think the expectations of the program don't allow you to take a
Right.
team lightly, because you don't want to be that team that doesn't make the playoffs. You don't want to be one of the teams that goes out early in the postseason. So I just think that reputation of that program, there's a lot of programs like that around Ohio. You think of Massillon too. You want to be the team that goes deep in the playoffs. You don't want to be one of the teams that people look back on and say, oh man, that was kind of a disappointing run.
Right.
Let's stay in Division 4 for a second. Over in Region 13, it's Notre Dame Cathedral Latin taking on the Perry Pirates. Now, guys, we got to make sure we keep all of our Perrys straight because we're getting this deep in the playoffs, and still 2 of them are alive. Perry Pirates are 12-0 this season, the number 1 seed in Region 13, taking on a 9-3 Notre Dame Cathedral Latin team. As we take a look at the bracket here, Notre Dame Cathedral Latin, impressive. They came from behind to beat Crestwood in that opening round and then knocked off Mooney, so a 7 seed all the way into the final. Meanwhile, Perry holding serve against Holy Name and Woodridge as they battle out tonight in the finals.
You know what I love about this matchup? Both of these teams advanced in games where they made a winning 2-point conversion. For Perry, that happened last week in overtime. 42-41 against Woodridge. They went for 2 in overtime. They won the game. First round of the playoffs for NDCL. Some crazy things happened on the extra point attempt. They lined up, had a penalty, defense had a penalty. They ended up going for 2 and winning the game 28-27. So you had a couple of teams there that have advanced by being aggressive and going for 2, and you love to see that.
I think the thing that has helped NDCL is the schedule that they faced. I know that we talk about this all the time, but are you going to test yourself in the regular season so that when you get to the postseason, you have some kind of feeling of the step up in competition and what's coming? They played against Canton Central Catholic earlier this year. They played against Benedictine. They played against Archbishop Hoban, and they didn't beat Hoban, but just being on the field against that, it lets you know how far you have to go and what you're going to see as you move forward into the postseason. And I think that's one of the reasons why they've been able to beat number 2 Crestwood and then number 3 Cardinal Mooney, because they play playoff teams throughout the course of the regular season.
I was at Notre Dame Cathedral Loudon's first game against Crestwood in the playoffs, and talk about being able to bounce back and resiliency. They started that game by allowing a kickoff return for a touchdown, so they were down right away. And frankly, in the first half, they didn't look like the better team, but they really put it together in the second half, able to move on, and then of course beat Mooney, and now here they are in the regional final. Let's head out to the field, get more on that game from Bill Mabel.
Hey everyone, Bill Mabel from cleveland.com doing a quick game preview of tonight's championship game in Division 4, Region 13, between top-seeded Perry, who comes in at 12-0, and number 7, Notre Dame Cathedral Lanton, who comes in at 9-3. For Perry, high-powered offense is what they bring to the table. They're averaging over 43 points per game, 43.6 to be accurate. Quarterback Colston Brewster threw for over 500 yards and 6 touchdowns in last week's win over Woodridge. For Notre Dame Cathedral Lanton, their defense is what's carried them so far. They're only giving up 15.5 points per game against, and they feature a run-first offense. Hopefully they'll be able to grind out some running plays and keep Perry's high-powered offense off the field. Follow us on Twitter at #NEOVarsity and #FNHuddle for game updates and score updates as they happen.
All right, thanks so much, Bill. As we get close to the bottom of the hour, 7:30, I want to remind you that you can check out games tonight live over on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel. 3 of them, depending on where you are in the state. Southwest Ohio viewers will see Sycamore and St. Xavier. Central Ohio viewers get Pickerington Central against Wayne, and then Northeast Ohio viewers will see St. Ignatius and St. Edward. Speaking of that game, let's get more on it from Matt Gould. Matt?
Coming from Bedford's Bearcat Stadium for Friday Night Huddle and Cleveland.com, I am Matt Gould, where the hot chocolate is not selling well tonight. They are losing sales there for the Division I, Region 1 championship game between the St. Edward Eagles, the number 2 seed at a 9-2 record, and the 11-1 St. Ignatius Wildcats, who are the 4th seed in this region, but they enter this one as favorites, courtesy of their 34-7 win 3 weeks ago at First Energy Stadium. We're about 30 minutes to kickoff, and St. Ignatius's defense just arrived. Their team defensive bus broke down on the way over. Just got in probably at 6:55 to be precise. Walked in with their pads and everything, so they're getting suited up, ready to go. That's a defense that's given up only 66 yards rushing per game this season, and that's going to be the challenge that awaits the St. Edward offense, which has started to kick things in gear the last 2 weeks with running back Curtis Zalesta and quarterback Kevin Kramer. They've scored wins against Euclid in the first round and a 41-35 victory last week against Stowe, who they beat last year in the state semifinals, back when we just had 2 super regions. Of course, this year we're back to the 4 regions set up for Division I, and that's where we stand. Looking at St. Ignatius, they've scored 2 impressive victories to start this postseason. Shut out Massillon Jackson, which was off to a fast start this year. Beat them 35-0 in the playoff opener. And then last week took down the number 1 seed, the Solon Comets, 31-17. And that's where we stand tonight, as they will have their rematch. The winner will face either Lorraine or Olentangy Liberty, who are playing down in Mansfield tonight. So keep it tuned on Twitter or on Friday Night Huddle on cleveland.com. I'm Matt Gould at MGOUL on Twitter, and I'll have the updates from this one throughout the night.
All right, thanks, Matt. We will check back in with you in a little bit. If you look at the Region 1 bracket, something that Matt mentioned that sort of makes tonight a little more fun, that the OHSA actually in 6 of the 7 divisions announced who the pairings will be next week. The only one that we don't know is Division 2, but we know here that it's going to be Region 1 against Region 2, so the winner of this gets Olentangy Liberty or Lorraine. As we take a look at how these 2 teams got here, and we talked about this matchup a little bit earlier on at the top of the show, St. Ignatius knocking off the 1 seed Solon last week, while St. Edward sort of holding serve in all of their games as they beat Stowe Monroe Falls.
The key tonight is going to be for St. Edward, don't make mistakes, because when you make mistakes against St. Ignatius, you kind of get punished for those mistakes. They can hold the football if they want to. They can do a lot of different things. Against Stowe last week, it was mistakes that kind of helped St. Edward get to this game because they were outgained. They were outgained big in the second half, but Stowe made a bunch of mistakes early that allowed St. Edward to build a big lead. They had a field goal that was blocked at St. Edward that gave Stowe an opportunity to maybe tie that game before the game-ending sack. So St. Edward has seen what happens when a team makes mistakes and what you can do. St. Ignatius will punish you when you make mistakes, so that's really going to be the key tonight for the Eagles.
I think for St. Ed's, it's what offense is going to show up here. And they lost a lot from last year's team, and one of the guys was Cole Guest, who's playing at Indiana, and they lost their starting quarterback as well. But if you talk about some of their high-profile matchups, 10 or fewer points against Hoban, against Elder, and against St. Ignatius. Now, last week, they were able to score a bunch, 41 against Stowe. Can they bring that kind of offense against St. Ignatius? Because that's what it's going to take. Because the Wildcats, as much as we talk about their defense, and their defense has been fantastic all year long, they control the line of scrimmage offensively. They protect their quarterback, dual-threat quarterback in Ryan. And then Bobinski, the running back who has taken over for Jimmy Andrews, is somebody who has emerged as one of the top playmakers in Northeast Ohio throughout the postseason. So St. Ed's, this is not a game that they're going to be able to win 10-7 or 14-7. Their offense is going to have to be like the offense we saw last week against Stowe. And the question is, when the step up in competition has been there, they haven't been able to answer that question.
Guys, the last two times St. Ignatius did not make the playoffs, they followed it up the following year by winning a state title, 1988 and 2011. Trying to make it 3 in a row there. Well, guess what? We've passed the bottom of the hour. That means games are kicking off all across the state. Enough of the previews. Let's play football now. All right, when we come back, we're going to keep taking you around the state as regional final Friday night continues. You're watching Friday Night Huddle.
Before I decided to go back to Tri-C to become a nurse, I was a stay-at-home mom. Absolutely wanted to be a pediatric nurse. I love taking care of kids. If you're thinking about changing your career or changing your path, go to Cuyahoga Community College. I feel like I'm in a great place in my life. I have 3 great kids. I have a great job that I love. I could not have done it without Tri-C. My name's Diana Geary. I earned my nursing degree from Cuyahoga Community College.
Just as athletes need proper sleep for optimum performance, so do fans. To be your best, you need your rest on a properly fitted mattress from Mattress Warehouse. A good night's sleep on the right mattress prepares you for whatever the day throws at you. Visit Mattress Warehouse for a custom sleep assessment, and we'll help you find the right mattress for a great night's sleep and a productive day. Sleep like a champion, play like a champion with the perfect mattress from Mattress Warehouse.
Wednesday nights, more sports and Les Levine is live at 6. Then at 7, Access Crew SC. And at 7:30, High School Blitz Preview. It all starts Wednesday night at 6. Follow us on social media at TWC Sports OH. Across town and across the region, this is where fans belong. Time Warner Cable, Sports Channel.
The Emmy Award-winning High School Sports Insider features Ohio's best high school sports stories. For 17 years, the High School Sports Insider has been spotlighting role model students, outstanding athletes, and the Buckeye State's best teams. In-depth features from all sports, all school year long. For the best high school sports coverage, make sure you tune into the High School Sports Insider each and every week on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
As World Heavyweight Champion, Clevelander, and spokesman for Nature Stone, we'd like to present you with our own award.
Wow, it's awesome.
We had it made ourselves. It's made of...
Not the award, the floor.
Oh, it's Nature Stone.
Installed over concrete, Nature Stone flooring is tough, durable, long-lasting, and beautiful. Act now and get up to 50% off.
This is the only time you'll see me on the floor.
To schedule your free in-home consultation, go to naturestone.com today.
Football fans, huddle up. Friday nights are about to change forever with Friday Night Huddle. From pregame to postgame and everything in between, Friday Night Huddle is the place for Ohio football action. Combining the resources of cleveland.com, Classic Teleproductions, and Time Warner Cable Sports Channel, Friday Night Huddle gives you unprecedented coverage. You can be part of the action. Get updates as they happen. On cable, online, and on point. Friday Night Huddle.
There is a place where dreams arise. Stars are born. And greatness is made. What you live for lives here. Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
Sound this good for pregame. Hudson is a non-competition band, but they're all for the Friday nights, as you can hear behind me.
All right, thanks, Krista. Hey, you know what? That fun part about advancing so far into the playoffs, not only for the players, but those bands get to keep playing all the time, too.
And Krista's been with us throughout, following a different band every single week, and anybody who's ever driven around the Hudson area has seen the Loud is Good stickers from the band parents. They are a loud, fun band to watch.
Games getting started all across the region, or all across the state, I should say. LaSalle in their game down south against Miamisburg, they are already moving. They're at the 15-yard line as they try to punch in. The defending state champs trying to go for the first score down there in Division II. Meanwhile, Olentangy Liberty with the ball and made a couple nice catches so far against Lorraine. We talked a little bit about that game. All right, game's kicking off right around now. Always talk about need to get off to a hot start.
Yeah.
Don't want to have to play from behind. Is there a matchup really that you look at that says, all right, guys, need to start well in order to get things going?
I think Hudson.
Hudson?
I think Hudson actually would do well to get off to a good start.
Well, their band got it going well. So.
But they're fine if they don't get off to a good start. They've shown
That's true,
that.
but we've seen what Warren Harding can do when things kind of snowball. If you let that offense of Warren Harding snowball, if you let Lynn Bowden get going a little bit, you could find yourself in some trouble, because if you're Hudson, you want to keep it close, but you don't want to fall down by 2 or 3 scores against this team and let them kind of play free and easy.
Guys, the team that stands out to me is Olmsted Falls. You talk about a team that's equipped to come from behind and other teams that aren't equipped to come from behind. I would say Olmsted Falls doesn't appear to be a team that's equipped to come from behind, because so far in the postseason, they've got 60 yards passing. That's in 2 games so far. So you're talking about what they want to do. They want to run the ball. They want to control the clock. They want to limit turnovers. They want to hand the ball off to Spencer Linville. And sometimes when you get down in the regional finals, you start to have that uh-oh moment. Like, oh, no, we're already behind. Do we have to abandon who we are? And some coaches are good about, we're just going to stick to who we are. We're going to keep going with this. Other coaches, they start to get a little bit panicky, and they say, okay, we've got to come from behind. We got to score quick so that we can get some momentum going here.
One game that we haven't talked about really yet in Division II is New Albany against Massillon Perry. New Albany started the season 1-3, but here they are in regional final weekend going against a top seed in the Perry Panthers. It certainly looks like a mismatch on paper. From what you know about Perry, how can we sort of expect this game to play out?
Oh, well, you look at Perry, they were the #1 seed. They lost twice. They were both early in the season to Canton Central Catholic and then to Jackson. And Canton Central Catholic is 8-3. Jackson 7-4. So they've lost really only to good teams. Jackson, a Division I team as well. So for Perry, it's you talk about momentum so much in a team that hasn't lost in a while, and that's kind of the team that the Perry Panthers are. They've just been consistent ever since they got off to that 2-2 start. All they've done is win since then, and you like to see that out of a team.
I think Dan mentioned something that is so fascinating when you talk about these two teams. For Perry, and this is no disrespect to New Albany at all, I think Perry feels like throughout the course of the regular season, they've played a team better than New Albany. For New Albany, this is the toughest test so far this year, and are they ready for this kind of challenge against the Panthers?
This is another 1-3 matchup, 11 of them going on across the state today and tomorrow. New Albany They've won 8 in a row ever since, or I should say, 8 in a row ever since they started the season, 1-3, including a win over 7-seed Dublin Scioto last week in the regional semifinals. They started out by beating West by a 31-0 score in the first round of the playoffs. So the Eagles certainly hitting their stride after losses in the first 4 weeks to Reynoldsburg, Hilliard Bradley, and Gahanna Lincoln. None of those teams ended up making the playoffs. New Albany turned things around, and here they are as well. All right, so games getting underway. St. Ignatius, St. Ed's, obviously that's the big one that I'd say we're probably keeping our eye on.
You know what?
Yep.
And you're talking about teams that have to get off to a good start. I would say that it's imperative for St. Ed's too, because if you go back to the first meeting between the two teams at First Energy Stadium, St. Ed's drove the ball right down the field against St. Ignatius. They get to the 1-yard line, and they get stuffed on 4th and goal. So for St. Ed's, given the way that that game went and the fact that they couldn't even pick up a first down after that first drive, I think it would be very, very beneficial to them to see that their offense can move the ball against St. Ignatius rather than have a duplicate of what happened in the first meeting between the two teams.
You guys talked earlier about Lynn Bowden on Warren G. Harding. Well, guess what? He's already up to some good. Let's head out to the field. Warren G. Hardy taking on Hudson, and Lynn Bowden getting it done from long distance as we head to the field. This one, a 73-yard touchdown run, putting Harding up 7-0 on Hudson.
Just leaving guys behind too. I mean, that speed, and you can see the size, that nice easy stride. You see why he's so good at this and why he's able to break those big runs once he gets out into the open field.
And Hudson's sitting there saying, "No biggie, no problem. We've got him right where we want him.
Right where we want him.
We're trailing."
What do they have to do though in order to keep Bowden contained? If they can,
don't let him have the football, right? Try and control the clock a little bit. Try and keep that offense off the field. Just make sure that Lynn Bowden, because you've seen how quickly he can strike. So the fewer opportunities that you give him to do that, and the fewer opportunities you give him to beat you in the multiple ways that he can beat you, I think that's what they have to do: control the football and don't panic. Okay, he broke off a big run. He does that to everybody. Come out and be who you are.
Yeah, and I think the other thing is, can he pass the ball? Yes, we have seen that. But is he more comfortable as a runner? Yes. So if it's possible for Hudson, and again, it's very, very difficult because we're talking about somebody who's going to be in the running for Mr. Football. He might even be the front runner for Mr. Football. But try and make him a passer if it's even possible, because it seems like he's much more comfortable running the football.
All right, well, games, other scores happen coming in as we speak. Anthony Wayne takes a 7-0 lead over Olmsted Falls. Evan Brown, an 11-yard touchdown run for them. Meanwhile, we talked about Olentangy Liberty driving against Lorraine. Well, that drive ends in a missed field goal, so the Patriots cannot get on the board, and Lorraine takes over trying to get the first score of that game. All right.
Might be something that not a lot of people are talking about, guys. It's just how good Lorraine's defense has been recently. You talk about 7 against Bedford, 13 against Cleveland Heights, 14 in back-to-back playoff games. So the Titans have shown that they can play some defense against some really good offenses.
Looks like the Anthony Wayne touchdown there.
There you have it. They're on the board, 7-0 against Olmsted Falls. That one's still in the first quarter of play. Game sort of moving towards the middle of the first quarter as we just keep rolling along.
That game might be close to halftime by now. Who knows?
We are with you until 11 o'clock tonight right here on cleveland.com in Friday Night Huddle. And we talked about St. Ignatius. We talked about Olentangy, Liberty, Lorraine. How about a little bit about the game down south in Region 3, Huber Heights, Wayne, and Pickerington Central. Wayne has had its way with Central Ohio opponents in the playoffs. I believe it's been since 2013, the last time that they lost to a Central Ohio team. That was Hilliard Davidson way back when. Since then, they've really started to roll. They picked up a big win last week in the regional semifinals over Dublin Kaufman, 52-10 in that one. They're certainly a force to be reckoned with. Pickerington Central sort of back and forth all season. Yeah. They beat their rival last week, Pickerington North, but they're going to have their hands full this week against a powerhouse in Jay Mitten's team.
Yeah, and the only team, though, that Pickerington Central has lost to is Upper Arlington, and that was in overtime. So you kind of look at that resume and say, all right, they're pretty good. But on the other side, Wayne, a team that we haven't talked about much, they come up every week in the Super 25, back when we were doing the Super 25 during the regular season. And it's kind of, all right, yeah, there's Wayne, whatever. And all they do is keep winning. They won 52-10 last week, like you said, in a playoff game, a late round playoff game, the second round playoff game. So that's an impressive football team that I think a lot of people have sort of, I don't know if they've overlooked them, but they haven't paid a lot of attention to them.
They have, and they deserve the kind of attention. They're that team that's standing over there in the corner saying, hey guys, talk about us. I know you're talking about Coleraine. I know you're talking about St. Ed's and St. Ignatius, but we got to the state championship game last year, and we haven't lost this year. Their only close game has been a tie. They tied at the beginning of the season, and that was some interesting circumstances around that. This is a team that all season long, they've been overlooked. And I think part of it is because they don't have that signature win, that one that really stands out, catches your attention. And they also lost some pieces from last year's team that got to the state title game against St. Ed's. But they have shown that they deserve the kind of recognition that the other teams from Division I are getting.
Let's face it, too. No Division I team in the Dayton area has ever won a state title. And until they do, there's sort of that stigma on them that maybe that area just doesn't produce the type of football that the rest of the state does. But we've certainly seen the history with Wayne, Braxton Miller there. You know, guys, they've certainly produced plenty of talent to at least put teams in contention to win.
And one way to get noticed is 104-17 in your first two playoff games. Yeah. That's what they've been able to do against Lancaster and then against Dublin Kaufman last week.
And you mentioned Dublin Kaufman. That's a team that was deep into the season, hadn't lost any games until Davidson beat them, I believe, in week 8, something like that. So Dublin Kaufman certainly no rollover, although Wayne made him look like that. On the other side, Pickerington Central, their quarterback Darius Coker, he's a guy to watch out for. Running back Morgan Ellison. They certainly have the offensive attack. Last week in the first quarter against Pickerington North, each of them rolled off runs of more than 80 yards. Coker's was 80, Ellison's 85 to get Pickerington Central an early lead that they never looked back from. It was a sloppy game, and that's going to be something that this week they can't turn the ball over against Wayne because they're going to pay for that.
It's getting to that point too where even if you're a really good team, you can't overcome turnovers because you're playing another really good team on the other side. We talked about it with St. Ed's and St. Ignatius. You're always going to be facing a team that is going to be able to punish you if you turn the football over. Maybe even going back to week 1 of the playoffs, you could turn the ball over a little bit, have some empty possessions, it wouldn't cost you. But we're so late now into November that you've got to be careful with the football and you've got to make sure that you aren't making any big mistakes.
All right, let's take a look in. We've talked a lot about St. Ignatius, St. Ed's. They are underway in the first quarter as we go there live. Ignatius with the ball as the run goes up the middle. No score still in this one. We've talked so much about Ignatius' defense, but on offense here, what do you look for?
Well, this is what they do. They run behind the big offensive line, the offensive line that's probably the best in Northeast Ohio. And when you've got an offense like that that's creating those kinds of holes, I mean, just that run right there, it took about 3-4 yards before a St. Ed's defender actually touched the running back. It's like watching Ezekiel Elliott run behind the Dallas Cowboys line.
And it's smart running, too, because he gets the handoff, and Bobinski just kind of gets to choose where he wants to go. He kind of gets to decide, all right, do I want to bump outside? Do I want to go up the middle? There's a lot of different options for him on those runs, and he's very patient and he picks the right one.
And he's a guy that we feel like we hear about week in and week out putting up big numbers, and you got to credit the line because, they're taking does a lot of the work. They go back to Babinski, gets down near the goal line. Looks like he's just about inside the 2. Did pick up a first down there, so Ignatius getting close to being the first one on the board, but hey, until you get in, no points yet.
And Babinski is the guy who has replaced Jimmy Andrews. Coming into the year, it was supposed to be the senior Jimmy Andrews. Babinski was going to be the change of pace back, the guy who comes on the field when Andrews needs a break. Babinski has been forced into this feature back role, and so far in the postseason, he's emerged as one of the top playmakers. And really, his coming out party was against St. Ed's at First Energy Stadium. They simply could not stop the kid.
And what Ignatius is doing right now, too, with this run game is they're going to make St. Edward adjust. Whether they score here and there they go into the end zone, St. Edward is going to have to make an adjustment because they can't stop that run attack. So that's going to open some things up now for Patrick Ryan in the play action game. And at some point tonight, St. Ignatius is going to be able to take a shot. And I'm curious, unless they just blow this thing open early with the run game, I'm curious to see when they do kind of take that shot off the play action.
Yeah, I mean, St. Ed's does not have the player that can create havoc in the front four this year like they had the last couple of years with Michael O'Malley. And that was always the thing for St. Ed's the last couple of years, is that they could rely on their offensive line and their defensive line. They didn't have to blitz. They could play certain kinds of coverages because their front four could get enough pressure because of Michael O'Malley, one of the best defensive players. He's no longer around, and they just haven't had that other guy emerge as the one who's going to occupy blocks or the one who's just going to create havoc in the backfield. And it's been a problem for St. Ed's. And if you want to win a state championship, you have to have one of those kinds of guys.
You talk about Patrick Ryan. Is he a guy that can beat you with his arm?
He showed that against a number of teams throughout the course of the year. I think he is that kind of guy. And look, that was a question for St. Ignatius coming into the year. We look at St. Ignatius now as a team that is a legitimate state title contender. They weren't that at the beginning of the year. That wasn't the perception of them. Chuck Kyle even talked about that a couple of weeks ago, saying that we flew under the radar. We're St. Ignatius, and we flew under the radar. But the reason for that is because one of the questions that they had was at quarterback. But as the season got on, Patrick Ryan got more comfortable. He seemed to have command of the offense. And the great thing for him, I think, is that he's not asked to do a ton for St. Ignatius. So he's being put in a position where he can flourish, succeed, and be comfortable.
All right, if you flip the side of the ball here and Ed's getting the ball on the kickoff, he'll take over at about the 18-yard line. Offensively for St. Ed's, I mean, you mentioned it earlier, Chris, that this isn't going to be a game that they're going to win 14-7.
Right.
Can they get into a track meet with these guys?
Well, they couldn't in the first meeting between the two teams. It pains me as a St. Ed's grad, and I feel like I have to talk about St. Ignatius like Ohio State talks about that team up north. Ohio State fans calls Michigan that team up north. Back when I was in high school, St. Ignatius was that team across from Wendy's. That's how we referred to them. But look, in the first meeting between the two teams, St. Ed's couldn't even pick up a first down, let alone get on St. Ignatius' side of the field after their first drive. So it's hard for me to say, yes, St. Ed's offense is ready for this kind of defense against St. Ignatius when they showed no signs of that in the first meeting between the two teams. Now, they made a lot of progress last week against Stowe. Stowe, very stingy defense, talented defense, so they need that kind of offense to carry over. But as good as Stowe's defense is, Dan, and you know Stowe very, very well, they're not this St. Ignatius defense. No. The St. Ignatius defense, I would put it up there with any defense in all of Ohio. That's how good they've played this year.
And we saw it on those first two plays, right? The first play was a good game, but it was a broken play. The quarterback goes one way. There was a defender there. He's able to go the other way and gain yardage. Well, this time, he's not able to bounce it back. He goes the way the play is designed, and there's just blue shirts everywhere. So you can see the problems that St. Edward is going to have. They're going to have to figure out a way to get the ball down the field and maybe kind of loosen up this St. Ignatius defense a little bit.
Kevin Kramer, the St. Edward quarterback, he picked up 8 yards on that broken play in the first play, but then lost a yard the second one, so they faced 3rd and 4 here with 4.5 minutes to go.
I mean, you hate to go 3 and out. You hate to respond to that drive by going 3 and out, and it looks like they're going to be able to sustain this.
Well, is this what we should expect a lot from them? They can keep it in Kramer's hands to run the ball.
Yeah, well, that's what they're going to try and do. That's what they did in the first meeting of the postseason against Euclid. That's what they did last week against Stowe. This is a team that has leaned on Curtis Zalesta, who has taken over for Cole Guest, and this is a team that is using the dual threat capabilities of Kevin Kramer. You know, something that they had last year, Jimmy Keefe, he set a record in the state championship game for passing yardage. Kramer's a different kind of quarterback. The problem is, playing against St. Ignatius, the Wildcats allow about 60 yards rushing per game. The thing that St. Ed's wants to do is run the ball. So the question is, at what point does St. Ed's say, we're going to have to see if Kevin Kramer can make some throws down the field, something that we had last year winning a state championship.
You lose a guy like Cole Guest. I mean, how much does that change your offense? He is such a talent, and you go off to play at a Division I program like that.
He was incredible. I mean, he could do everything. He could catch the ball. He could run the ball. He looked. Sometimes you go watch guys play, and you know they're Division I guys, and maybe for whatever reason they don't stand out in that particular game that you watch them. Every time you watched Cole Guest last year, you say, okay, I get it.
Right.
I see what it is that Division I schools see in this kid. I see why he's going to Indiana. It's a no-brainer. And to lose that kind of talent, and you mentioned Michael O'Malley as well, and
right.
The kind of talent they've lost, that's difficult to kind of recover from.
Cole Guest was the centerpiece of St. Ed's offense for back-to-back state championships. Yeah, they had the offensive line. Yes, they had the defense with Michael O'Malley and Tony Butler. And yes, they had some playmakers on the outside. But the one consistent thing that they could rely on was Cole Guest getting them out of a bad situation, Cole Guest's game-breaking speed. He was the centerpiece of their offense for back-to-back state title runs. So if you want to know how important he was, there's your answer right there. You don't, even though you're St. Ed's and even though you're St. Ignatius, you can't take those kinds of players that come through your program for granted. And I think St. Ed's is understanding just if they did take him for granted, just how much he meant to that program.
All right, 7-0 St. Ignatius there late in the first quarter. We'll certainly keep tabs on that game all night long. A couple other score updates to let you know about. We mentioned that Anthony Wayne jumped out to a 7-0 lead. Olmsted Falls has responded. That game now tied at 7. Meanwhile, Hudson has gotten the board with a field goal, so they now trail Harding 7-3. And at the end of the first quarter, New Albany and Perry scoreless. So some low-scoring games as we get going on this beautiful night where you thought maybe we'd see some offense going, huh?
Well, come on, this is the regional finals. You better be able to play some defense if you want to win in the regional finals. This is about the time of year where you would think the defenses would start to step up and maybe stiffen a little bit.
All right, one Division I game that we haven't talked about yet, the one way down in Southwest Ohio, the Region 4 game between a 7 seed and a 5 seed. Sycamore, the 7 seed, against St. Xavier, the 5 seed, a team that entered the playoffs with a 5-5 record, or 6-4. They won their last game of the season to get in. An interesting matchup. Let's go back to, before we talk about that, let's head back to St. Ignatius and St. Ed's in Bedford. St. Ed's moving down the field. We jump away and they keep moving. Chris is probably thinking, hey, let's not show any more of this. They're moving pretty well.
And look, good offensive line play. Kind of giving St. Ignatius a little bit of what they do to other teams, opening up holes for the running back.
That was Curtis Celesta with the run to the right side, setting up a pretty good opportunity for the Eagles, except the old Henke comes out.
Maybe not such good offensive line play.
I mean, that's the thing. Now you're talking about 1st and long in a goal-to-go situation against such a stout defense. Okay, maybe not. Maybe they're going to call that one against St. Ignatius.
Yeah, it looks like
he just signaled the other way.
Yeah.
But this would be important for St. Ed's to get 7. Like, you can't get 3 and you can't get 0 because it's so hard to say that one play changed the complexion of a game when there's so much time in a football game to come from behind. But St. Ed's getting stuffed on 4th and goal at the 1-yard line against St. Ignatius in the first meeting between the two teams on their first drive. That's one of those kinds of things where the other team will get a psychological advantage on you.
Certainly an interesting call there. It's not very often that you see a chop block against the defense.
And Coach Kyle's like, huh?
He's saying,
he's saying the same thing
I've been around for a long time. I haven't seen one of those. Okay, I guess it can happen. So it sets up 1st and goal for St. Edward. They'll put the ball, I believe, inside the 5-yard line. So certainly a good opportunity to respond. It looks like it's right on the 5-yard line.
And you mentioned it, Chris. This is an opportunity for Eds because maybe they're thinking about that last game a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe they're thinking about what happened and how it just got away from them. So if they can get this thing to 7-7 nearing the end of the first quarter, I think you'll take that.
You also kind of see the plan for St. Ed's, trying to use some misdirection, trying to send guys in motion, just trying to get all of those bodies from St. Ignatius somewhere else other than the middle of the field.
Certainly sends a statement if somehow Ignatius is able to make that stop here and sort of get in the minds maybe of the Eagles players as well. Obviously, there's still 3 more opportunities here on 2nd and goal.
And it's still a big early moment, though. You don't want to put too much emphasis on a moment in the first quarter of a game, but this is a big early moment considering what happened a few weeks ago at First Energy Stadium.
And now you're talking about a 3rd and goal situation. You've got a quarterback who's a dual threat guy, but much more comfortable running the ball.
How about that shirt? Did you see that shirt that guy had on the sideline? That was like some airbrushed eagle.
All right, here's decision time for Coach Lombardo.
I mean, this is shades of the first game between the two teams where St. Ed's was able to get the ball down the field. They were churning out yards. They were picking up first downs, but then the field restricted so much, and they tried to impose their will against a more physical team.
We've seen run, whether it's been Zalesta or Kramer.
Right.
Is this the time? Could you at all see Lombardo pulling out the play action, see if he can slip a tight end into the end zone or something like that?
Kramer only threw 9 passes last week.
Yep.
Because
we'll
Ignatius
see.
is going to be stuffing the box here, expecting the inside run.
I mean, in the first meeting between the two teams, St. Ed's tried to run on 4th and goal and got stood up completely. I don't think you're going to be able to overpower the Wildcats. I do think that you have to give the quarterback a run-pass option here. Is that what they do best? No, not necessarily. But if you're trying to run the ball 4th and goal against a wall, I don't think that's going to work out all that well either.
It looks like somebody called a timeout.
Yeah, I was going to say, someone wants to think about it. And does it get to the...
trying to make a decision or what?
Does it get to the point, too, here, is, teams call timeout to think about this, that you can almost outsmart yourself. Well, hey, they're expecting this. We got to try this. And these two teams are so familiar with each other.
They are.
I think it's if you're St. Ignatius, obviously if you stop them on 4th down, that's a win. I think holding them to a field goal is a win here as well. I feel like if I'm Tom Lombardo and St. Edward, I want to go for it here. I'm willing to take that chance because I think even if you just end up with 3 points, St. Ignatius is coming away from that feeling like, all right, we won that series.
I mean, as much as I want to say it would be great to just put points on the board for the Eagles right now, I'm with you, Dan. This is not where field goals aren't going to win this game. You got to score some touchdowns here.
They are going to go for it as Kramer comes out with the offense. Mentioned early on, last play of the first quarter perhaps, but certainly very important. It will go Zalesta, and he walks into the end zone. And Edward, a extra point away from tying this game.
I think that's a big psychological boost because if they would have gotten stuffed and St. Ignatius would have been able to impose their will, just how that play happened, being able to run the ball, being able to stand up to that defensive line, being able to push one of those defenders into the end zone, I think that's a big thing for St. Ed's, just letting them know, hey, yes, it's very difficult to run against St. Ignatius. They only give up about 60 yards per game on the ground, but we were just able on 4th and 1 to impose our will against the Wildcats. I mean, that can be a boost for sure.
Great job. A couple guys pulling over and opening up that hole for him. That was a great play call there by Lombardo and his staff.
Extra point was good, so we are tied at 7. You mentioned we talked so much on the other side of the field about the offensive line for Ignatius. It felt like on those first few plays down inside the 10 there, that it was Ignatius' defensive line that really got the push, but that was a wide open hole that Zalesta walked through.
Yeah, and maybe it's one of those cases where maybe you can't just line up and run straight at St. Ignatius. Maybe you do have to pull some guys, run some counters, try to do some things, get your offensive linemen on the move a little bit to try and open up some things against this defense.
But you also have a head coach showing faith in his offense and the offense rewarding that faith. So that's also really, really big because you know that every single one of those offensive linemen, they wanted to go for it. The quarterback wanted to go for it. The running back wanted to go for it. And you got a head coach who said, you know what, guys, I know what happened in the first meeting against St. Ignatius at First Energy Stadium, but I believe in you. I'm going to give you this chance. Prove me right. And they went out and did, and that's something that could carry over to the rest of the game.
We will stick with this game for a lot of the evening here, but let's change our attention right now to Division 6. We mentioned the rematch between Kirtland and Cuyahoga Heights. Cuyahoga Heights, the 1 seed, going up against 3 seed Kirtland. Brian Kaiser is there and joins us on the phone. Brian, what's the update from that game?
3 punts from both teams and 2 interceptions by both teams. It's 0-0 in the first quarter. Well, in the second quarter, my fault.
So
the first 2 minutes of the second quarter.
So certainly a defensive battle there at this point. What have you seen from the offenses? Has either of them shown any sign of life at this point?
They try to run up the middle, and the defense was stopping them. And the Redskins had a drive going at the the Hornets' own 35-yard line, but 3 plays, the next thing you know, and a penalty, and they're punting. So it's just basically been a stalemate so far. And you know, it's going to be. There's a rivalry, too. So, you know, this is going to be right to the end. You know, Hornets lost to them first time in 8 games, 21 to nothing. That's the first time Hornets been shut out since 2010. So, but the Hornets are defending champions, so they like, hey, do it again.
Brian, I wonder, in a scoreless game, do you think that favors either team in particular?
Probably favors the Redskins, but the Hornets, they battle tested. They average a 1 loss per season, so hey, this might be their only loss.
Kirtland's a team that historically, Bryant, has wanted to run the ball. They weren't able to do it in the first meeting against Cuyahoga Heights. Because of that, have they been trying to throw the ball more?
No passing. They running.
So they
good
are.
contest right now.
All right, so that game scoreless in the second quarter in Solon. Brian, thanks so much.
Even we got the player of the year, Brett Lawler, the quarterback from Redskins. He can't get anything done against this Hornets defense.
Hey, they always say defense wins championships, and one of those defenses is going to prevail and win a Region 21 championship tonight. Brian, thanks so much. We'll check back in with you in just a little bit. We talked about Cuyahoga Heights' defense in that last game, them not allowing Kirtland across midfield until the third quarter. They've got a stout defense. Does this surprise you that this is scoreless into the second quarter now?
No, it really doesn't, because I think both these teams kind of pride themselves on that side of the football. Kirtland, one of those teams that run like 6 plays, and they're still impossible to stop. But Cuyahoga Heights has seen all those plays and has had to stop all those plays in the past as well. So it's no surprise to me that this is a low-scoring game. I mean, it was 21-0 last time. For Cuyahoga Heights, 21 points is not really that many points for them. So you can even make the case that was kind of a low-scoring game.
They know each other so well, and you talk about Cuyahoga Heights held Hillsdale to 7, shut out St. Thomas Aquinas. So this is what they've done all season long. As much as we talk about their offense and their player of the year, it's the defense that has been the staple for Cuyahoga Heights. And if you talk to their head coach, that's the first thing that he's going to bring up is that defense and how good that defense has been.
All right, well, we have passed the top of the hour, so games moving on into the second quarter. We're sort of getting a feel for how they are playing out. A long way to go, though. We are here with you all night long until 11 o'clock. We'll come back. We'll update you on some scores, take you around the state. You're watching Friday Night Huddle on cleveland.com.
Just as athletes need proper sleep for optimum performance, so do fans. To be your best, you need your rest on a properly fitted mattress from Mattress Warehouse. A good night's sleep on the right mattress prepares you for whatever the day throws at you. Visit Mattress Warehouse for a custom sleep assessment, and we'll help you find the right mattress for a great night's sleep and a productive day. Sleep like a champion, play like a champion with the perfect mattress from Mattress Warehouse.
The best thing Tri-C did for me was give me opportunities. The workforce program prepared me for the career I have now. I got a job in the aerospace industry where I work on CNC machines. I have 3 younger brothers. I want to teach my brothers, hard work actually pays off. Come to Tri-C. It's a great stepping stone to wherever you're trying to get to in life. My name is Chris Grooms, and I got my start at Tri-C.
Saturdays, after the big game, Time Warner Cable Sports Channel is Ohio's destination for all things college football. Join Les Levine and Anthony Lima as they break down all the day's action. Listen in live on Coach Urban Meyer's news conference and take your calls on the road ahead for the Scarlet and Gray. More sports and Les Levine postgame. Saturdays after the game on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
I'm Stipe Miocic, world heavyweight champion for Nature Stone, and Cleveland's first hometown champ. Fighting can be brutal, so can mold, mildew, or flooding on your basement carpet or tile. Get Nature Stone and never replace your basement flooring again.
Hurry, act now. Get Nature Stone and save up to 50%. That's up to 50% off authentic Nature Stone flooring.
Nature Stone, like me, simply the best.
Act now. Call or visit naturestone.com today.
Football fans, huddle up. Friday nights are about to change forever with Friday Night Huddle. From pregame to postgame and everything in between, Friday Night Huddle is the place for Ohio football action. Combining the resources of cleveland.com, Classic Teleproductions, and Time Warner Cable Sports Channel, Friday Night Huddle gives you unprecedented coverage. You can be part of the action. Get updates as they happen. On cable, online, and on point. Friday Night Huddle. Dominion East Ohio is proud to salute young people in our area who work toward their goals both in the classroom and on the field. We're proud to serve our community and are committed to making a difference. Each year, Dominion partners with schools throughout the region and the entire country to develop new programs aimed at strengthening math and science education in our schools from kindergarten through high school. For more information about our programs, services, and community involvement, www.dom.com. Dominion, it all starts here.
The Ohio Lottery's Partners in Education program has been recognizing students and teachers who shine both in and out of the classroom since 2007. To nominate a deserving teacher or student, go to ohiolottery.com and click on Supporting Education. Students in kindergarten through 12th grade are eligible to be academic all-stars. K through 12 teachers can be honored as the Teacher of the Month. Every school that participates is eligible to be honored as the School of the Year. The Ohio Lottery's Partners in Education, where stars shine.
Tuesday nights are for Ohio college football. And now, Time Warner Cable Sports Channel is teaming up with your favorite site where Ohio State fans gather, 11 Warriors. Join Marissa Cottapelli and the pros who know the team best as they preview the week ahead. 11 Warriors Report, Tuesday nights at 7, only on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
Marching band is a non-competition band. They save everything for their Friday nights so they can perform just as well.
All right, thanks, Krista. Appreciate it. You see Warren G. Harding up 7-3 over Hudson there in the second quarter. A couple scores. We started to talk about some of the games down south. LaSalle in Division II, a 24-7 lead right now over Miamisburg. You know, the first couple times or the last 2 years that they won state titles, they were the number 1 seed. This year, they're a number 3 seed, so certainly coming at it from a different spot. Also, Sycamore St. Xavier, we started to talk about that game. Sycamore, the 7 seed, with a 7-0 lead over St. X. St. X was 5-5 in the regular season. They're a number 5 seed, mainly because they played the toughest schedule in the country.
That's a really good football team. And we got a chance to kind of follow along with their game against Coleraine last week, especially at the end of it. And, they lost to Coleraine in overtime during the regular season. They avenged that loss in overtime last week. And Coleraine, I think a lot of people felt, I believe they finished number 1 in our Super 25 at the end of the regular season. A lot of people felt maybe they were one of, if not the favorite to win the Division I state title. So St. Xavier to win that game in overtime, avenge that loss, man, they looked really good doing it.
And them being down early is not all that surprising to me because I think there's a Coleraine effect there. In the NFL, when you play against the Seattle Seahawks, it takes you a while to recover because they're so tough, they're so physical. It takes so much out of you mentally and physically in that kind of game. And for St. Xavier to go into that game against Coleraine, put all that prep into it. Coleraine was a team that a lot of us felt like had a real chance to win the Division I state championship game. Then it goes into overtime. It's an emotional win, and physically it takes a toll out of you as well. And it takes you a little bit of time before you actually recover from that game. So I think St. Xavier going into tonight is the better team than Sycamore. They're more battle-tested, but I'm curious how long it's going to take them to physically recover from that overtime win against Coleraine.
Look, the fact is when you play in that GCL South and you play that tough of a schedule and then you come up here and play the powerhouse in Northeast Ohio every year, you are certainly battle-tested by the time the playoffs come around. Would be interesting, though, if we could see a number 7 seed advance to the state Final Four. All right, one game that we've been keeping our eye on all night long is Olmsted Falls and Anthony Wayne. Let's head out there and see how that one is shaping up. Anthony Wayne got out to the early 7-0 lead. Olmsted Falls bounced back, but this is Anthony Wayne's Nick Schneider getting into the end zone from 5 yards out, and Anthony Wayne, the Generals, take a 21-7 lead.
Nick Schneider, really good. Rushed for 197 yards and 3 scores in the first half against Glenville to open the playoffs. Last week, 30 carries, 161 yards, so no real surprise that he's kind of been carrying the load for Anthony Wayne tonight.
Again, two teams that want to run the ball, and that's Anthony Wayne saying, look, we think we do what we do better than you do what you do. And it's just been ground and pound. It's been tough, physical, everything in the trenches. And it looked like, once again, Olmsted Falls didn't even touch the running back on that one, just physically overmatched on that particular play.
Dropping down by 14 points early. Yep. Certainly not a hole that they want to get into there. Meanwhile, we talked about the Big Red and the Whippets. Yeah, Steubenville, Big Red on the board first as they get a touchdown to move ahead 7-0 over Shelby in that Division 4 game there. As we take a look at the Big Red. Look like they might be doing it with
quick pass out to the left.
Pass out to the flat and then just let the receiver do the rest right there.
And get into the end zone for that 7-0 lead. But there again, another low-scoring game in the second quarter.
You see so much of that with, spread offenses, even for teams that aren't traditionally spread offenses. You use the horizontal passing game a lot, where you try to get one-on-one matchups, get the ball to guys in space. And you had the quarterback kind of on the move on that play as well, so it gets a defense kind of out of position, and all the guy has to do is catch the football and beat one guy, and it looks like that's what happened on that play.
All right, last we checked that St. Ed's St. Ignatius game. That game was tied at 7. We saw St. Ed's tie it up with a nice long drive there, so we'll certainly continue to keep tabs on that game as we move our way across the state. About 8:15 here on Friday night, regional final Friday. 16 games in total. It's divisions 1, 2, 4, and 6, all playing tonight. Of course, Division 1 this year made the switch from Saturday night to Friday night. Aaron Goldstein, Chris Feeder, Dan Lobby, thanks for joining us on cleveland.com. And of course, if you're looking to watch some football, make sure you turn over to Time Warner Cable Sports Channel, as we have live games there all across the state. And then, of course, their audience will join us as those games start to finish up. We look on them. They will look in on us as we get to the end. Great little partnership.
It's not as creepy as it sounds.
Anything stick out to you guys? We're 45 minutes into action here so far. What have you noticed?
Well, I love that St. Edward was able to respond against St. Ignatius. For Olmsted Falls falling behind, we talked about that. Not a good thing for them. Those are kind of, and we've seen Lynn Bowden make some plays too. So that's those are kind of the three things that I look at and say, all right, let's keep an eye on how those things play out over the rest of the night.
Yeah, and I think the other thing, obviously, is St. Xavier going down. St. Xavier is a team that once you beat Coleraine, all of a sudden you start having state championship aspirations, no question about it. And for them to be down, again, it just goes back to, okay, how much do you have left in the tank after that kind of game that you just played against Coleraine? Sometimes a state championship is won by a team that had the most clear path to the state title game and didn't have to expend so much energy in the early rounds. Now, sometimes those early rounds and winning those games, that's going to help you a lot. But a lot of times it's, did you have a clear path? Were you able to get past your competition easier than the other team?
The guys out in Steubenville must have heard me. I said it was a low-scoring game there. It didn't take long for another touchdown in that one. Let's head out to that game and check in as it's a 15-yard touchdown. This time it's Shelby tying things up. That's Armstrong to Gessler, the lefty, into the end zone, and we're tied at 7. Or excuse me, that's Steubenville. As that game now tied at 7 there in the second quarter. So that one a back-and-forth affair.
Always have to be able to respond. That's what you want to see out of a football team. When you fall behind, can you turn around and respond? Like we talked about with St. Edward, that's the important thing in the postseason is you don't want to let things snowball. You're playing good teams. They're going to score on you. They're going to make plays on you. You've got to remember that you're a pretty good team too, and you can do the same thing.
All right, so that game tied at 7 as we continue to follow games all across the state. We heard we got the update earlier from the Kirtland-Cuyahoga Heights game. That game at that time was scoreless in the second quarter, so defense supreme there. Seems like defense has been supreme in a lot of places all across the state. We continue to follow those games as they continue to happen. And then we go. You get to this point in the season, and you realize that, hey, we put in all the work, all those camps back in the summer, and the two-a-day practices, and then fighting through the cold weather, which we haven't had a ton of this year. And this is a time where you got to make all that work pay off.
Yeah, it's really about execution, too. It really is. I mean, which team is going to execute what it is they want to do best? And it's going to be about turnovers. It's going to be about special teams. But you can go into a game with a plan, and that plan's going to work until you get punched in the face. And then how do you respond to that? But really, it's about all these things that you've prepared for. And you have these trick plays, and you have these two-point conversions, and you do all of this work, but can you execute in that particular moment? And that's what it's going to come down to, and that's what it's been so far tonight.
And we've talked about it as the season's gone along, too. Sometimes when you lose a game, that can be good for you, too. As you go through the season. Not now, but as these teams have gone through the season when they face losses.
Right.
Look at Xavier.
Right.
What did they learn from those 5 losses, especially that loss to Coleraine? And it gives coaches kind of an opportunity to get their kids' attention a little bit. I think Stowe was a good example when they lost to Hudson earlier in the season. It gives a guy like Mark Norrie a chance to say, all right, guys, we've been cruising for most of the year. We got to get right on some things. And they were able to turn that into one playoff win, and then they came close to pulling that upset against St. Edwards. So, when you lose games, sometimes it can be a good thing. Like you said, until now, you don't want to lose now. There's no teaching after you lose it this time of year, but during the regular season, those things can help you.
That's the other thing that stands out to me. If you notice, which games are the ones that so far have been the closest? It's been St. Ed, St. Ignatius. It's been Kirtland, Cuyahoga Heights. It's been the teams that know each other. They've seen each other. So there's not as much of a shock factor involved. St. Ed's played against St. Ignatius. They felt the physicality. They felt the toughness. They saw that offensive line up close. Kirtland, Cuyahoga Heights, they've played against each other. They know what they're trying to do. They have felt that power. They have seen that misdirection. When you have that familiarity, that's going to give you a little bit of an advantage. Whereas if you're seeing a team for the first time, again, you can prepare and you can think that you're ready. But you go out there and you're like, wait a minute, you're a lot faster than we thought you were. Wait a minute, you're a lot more physical than we thought you were.
The other thing, too, is how someone responds when you kind of punch them a little bit.
Yep.
So maybe you watch somebody on film and you say, all right, that guy's pretty tough. And then maybe you go against him, punch him in the mouth a little bit, and maybe he backs off a little bit. Maybe you find a little something or a little trick that might work. So there's a lot of little nuances you can pick up because you've played someone previously.
And you mentioned that St. Edward St. Ignatius game, no longer tied. Let's check in for a little update there. Chris, you may want to turn away. Matthew Trickett. No one got into the end zone. Matthew Trickett getting Ignatius the lead with that field goal there. Makes it 10-7 in favor of St. Ignatius. The Wildcats on top.
Ignatius can always kick the football.
Yeah,
Seems like they always have a really good kicker. And what I love about Chuck Kyle, that wasn't a long field goal, but he likes trying long field goals because his philosophy is in high school football, you kick a long field goal, it goes in the end zone, it comes out to the 20. You don't get it at the spot. And he's never afraid to use that rule against his opponents a little bit. He likes to take chances.
Speaking of field goals, let's go the other direction, trying to tie the game, and it is blocked. So the Wildcats coming up on special teams with a big play. That was Mason Waller's field goal, and the Wildcats able to penetrate through the line and block it, so this one stays a 10-7 game.
Can't make mistakes.
Nope.
Talked about that. You can't make mistakes against this team.
Oh, that got whiffed. 87.
Connor
led him right around the end.
And that was Connor Kennedy able to come up with the block there. Went straight in. Ryan Rockwell unable to make the block for St. Edward as the Wildcats will take the ball back. As you mentioned, ball didn't go into the end zone there, so in that case, it doesn't come out to the 20-yard line. You always hear about it. It's not just about offense and defense. It's about special teams, and we see the field goal made for Ignatius, the block run for Eds. could be a pivotal turning point.
Especially when you talk about two teams that are close matched, or at least you believe are close matched, and two teams that know each other so well. Sometimes special teams can be the difference. Maybe it's a kick return. Maybe it's a punt return. Maybe it's a great punt that gives you great field position, or maybe it's a blocked field goal. You saw a swing right there. I mean, these two teams are so close, and some of these games between the two teams have been decided by such a tight margin that blocked field goal could end up becoming the difference.
All right, well, we will, as always, continue to keep tabs on this game throughout the night, but we have got to go back to Solon. Last time we checked in with Brian Kaiser, the game between Kirtland and Cuyahoga Heights was scoreless in the second quarter. They have reached the half now. Brian, what can you tell us?
Like you say, we are at halftime, and the Redskins are up 7-0. They had a big drive to close out the first half. They started from their own 10-yard line. Then a 22-yard flat pattern to Dylan Drummond, who got away from the defender into the end zone for the touchdown. With the extra point, they lead 7-0.
What you feel like maybe sparked the offense after the defense really stood tall through the first quarter and a half?
Well, Brett, they stopped going on the ground. They started throwing the pass at half. And you got the Division 6 Player of the Year and the quarterback, Brett Lawler, and just let them throw the ball. And that's what they're doing. They're getting some passes played, good passing, good catching. And that's the difference between this game right now. I guess the coach, Al Martin, say, hey, let this kid throw the ball. We got a pretty good receiver in Drummond, and let's see where we go. And they got the score back, and now Kirkland had a football to start the second half and see what Kirkland is going to do.
Brian, when you look at this passing game all of a sudden, do you think it's something that Cuyahoga Heights can sustain into the second half, or was it kind of a one-time thing that they were able to get Kirtland on?
You know what Tiger, the head coach of the Hornets, going to bring out to them. They got one more half to go then. And Cuyahoga Heights, the Redskins, they want this game. They want to finally really put it to the Hornets. Hornets been running the D6 school for a long time. It's now time for the Cuyahoga Heights Redskins to say, hey, we belong here too.
Brian, what's that atmosphere like there? Obviously, the two teams meet in Solon in the regular season. They met on, I believe, in Kirtland there. What's the atmosphere been like there tonight?
Well, Kirkland's fans are stunned right now because they thought he was going to go into halftime 0-0. And mostly it have been 3 punts and out. Then they had an interception. They had some stops. But they just cannot run the ball.
All right, Brian Kaiser at Solon tonight, and we will check back in with you in a little bit. 7-0 Cuyahoga Heights there as they have reached the half. Guys, when you look at it, they've now played 6 quarters this year, and the Redskins are up 28-0. Does it shock you a little bit?
Well, Dylan Drummond has become really a reliable playmaker for the Redskins. The junior had a 40-yard interception return in Week 11 in the win over Hillsdale, and there he is making the big touchdown catch in this game. So Cuyahoga Heights, their weapons have kind of shown up for them so far in these two matchups. In Kirtland, so far, have not, but you never know with that Hornets offense.
Boy, Bryant said something there at the very end that you just don't hear very often when talking about Kirtland. Kirtland can't run the ball against Cuyahoga Heights, and maybe it's going to change in the second half, but that's what Kirtland does. That's what Kirtland has done throughout the last 6 years, I would say, is they feel like, okay, everybody knows that we're trying to run the ball and nobody's going to be able to stop us. It's kind of the Chardon mentality, and that gives them a psychological advantage on the other team. But for Kirtland to not be able to run the ball in the first meeting against Cuyahoga Heights and not be able to run the ball tonight so far against Kirtland, number one, it speaks volumes about Cuyahoga Heights' defense. And number two, Kirtland's probably saying, okay, where can we go? It's not like they can turn to the pass. All right, our run is being contained, so we're just going to throw it in the hands of our quarterback and he's going to toss it all over the yard, because that's not who they are. That's not how they win state championships.
But let's say this about Kirtland. They can throw the ball just a little bit. Dylan Fulco, 6 of 11 a couple weeks ago for 95 yards and 2 scores. That's a big night for a Kirtland quarterback.
You're right about that.
And Palmer Capretta is their big receiver. So if Kirtland is going to win this game, it might be because we hear those 2 names.
I feel like we have to adjust expectations when talking about certain
It's all
teams.
relative.
They can throw the ball a little bit. 6 completions in one game, Chris. Take that.
Maybe not about how many you have, but when you have them.
That's right.
It certainly
Exactly.
comes in big. One have to play there. Well, we told you earlier that Anthony Wayne jumped out to a 21-7 lead over Olmsted Falls. But the Bulldogs not going down easily. Let's take a look in on the action there as Olmsted Falls tries to respond, and they do just that. A long pass play. That's from Brett Hutgay. 63 yards into the end zone for the touchdown, makes it 21-14.
And you saw the misdirection there, and you saw everybody that was loaded in the box. Anthony Wayne was thinking, run, 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 certainly going to happen. They bring everybody up there to slow that down. They bring a guy in motion to find out what the coverage is going to be and say, you know what? We've got an opportunity to get behind the defense because everybody on the defense is within 10 yards of the line of scrimmage. When you have those opportunities, your Olmsted Falls, that's why we talk about execution. They probably had that one dialed up. They're feeling great about it. You have to make that throw, and kudos to Hutke because he did.
Yeah, like we mentioned, no pass attempts last week. The week before, 429 total yards, 377 of them were on the ground. So this is a team that does not often go to the air, and it's good to see that they were able to execute in that situation.
Again,
in the passing game.
Like we talked about, it's not necessarily how many.
That's exactly
but
right.
If you can maybe pull a little, deception and fool them there, it certainly turns out in your favor. So
I mean, Hutke probably goes into a game thinking I might get like 5 to 10 passes, so I have to make the most of them. I can't miss. If he misses that pass, who knows? It's a completely different game. But he hits that pass. Now all of a sudden, maybe the defense is thinking, wait a minute, we've got to worry about his left arm a little bit too. Maybe we're going to start to drop some guys back. Maybe that opens up holes for Spencer Linville, and that could change the complexion of this one.
It's sort of like a Hilliard-Davidson type team.
Exactly
who,
right.
Midway through the season, had not thrown a pass at all. I often wonder really what goes through student athletes' mind when they say, hey, I'm going to go out and try to be a wide receiver for that team. You're going to go and block.
Right.
But
you might want to transfer if you're a wide receiver.
But they have them there, and you never know when they could come in handy, just like they did for Olmsted Falls. All right, back to that St. Ignatius-St. Edward game, Holy War Part 2. Let's head out there. We have an update. Last in we checked, it was 10-7 St. Ignatius, and the Wildcats adding to their lead as they get into the end zone. The quarterback keeps it for the touchdown.
And he did that in the first meeting against St. Ed's, that dual threat capability, and that's something that makes him so effective. St. Ed's can feel like, hey, look, we've got really good coverage, or we've slowed down Bobinski. Then all of a sudden, Patrick Ryan starts to use his legs. He picked up a huge first round in the first meeting between the two teams where he ran for about 20 to 25 yards. It's that dual threat element that St. Ignatius has not always had. They've had the traditional drop back passer, not like Brian Hoyer was running anywhere. It's not like Ragone was running anywhere. It's not like Mark Myers was really running anywhere. They have Patrick Ryan, a dual threat quarterback who gives St. Ignatius a different kind of dimension offensively.
And now that it's a 17-7 game, do you sort of start to see St. Edward have to change the style of play that they got so they don't let this game get away?
I don't know if you have to change your style yet. I mean, that's sort of what you have to avoid, I think, in this situation, because it is only 17-7. It is only a 10-point game. And you don't want to panic. Look, if it gets to 24-7 because maybe you started to play out of character and maybe you did panic a little bit, that's when you're really in trouble. So I think the approach still needs to be get the football back, try and put together another strong drive like you did in response to that first score. Try and get this thing to 17-10 or 17-14. And just go from there, because 17-7 is certainly not something that St. Edward can't overcome.
Especially, Dan, because if you go back to that previous drive, St. Ed's had a field goal blocked, but they still got in range for a field goal. So we didn't see the game, but they were obviously able to move the ball effectively enough against St. Ignatius. So it seems like their offense has been working. Their defense, on the other hand, has not been working, giving up 17 points in the first half against St. Ignatius.
All right, last time we checked in on Warren G. Harding and Hudson, it was a 7-3 game in favor of Harding. Well, the Raiders back at it again, and Lynn Bowden back at it again. Let's head back out there and check to see what he is up to. As they get close to the goal line, and then Bowden able to find Hooks. That's Jalen Hooks, a 2-yard touchdown, and the Raiders have opened up a 14-3 lead.
And there's Lynn Bowden saying, take that, Chris. You say that I want to run the ball. You say that I'm most effective running the ball. Well, take that. There it is. They faked the handoff. The defense had to honor that running game. The defense had to honor Lynn Bowden running the ball. And he threw a nice pass for a touchdown.
You almost can't defend him in that situation because you know when you're that close, he can run it in.
Right.
But then in that situation too, that's an easy throw. So it's a really difficult spot to have to defend that guy.
You know when they're on the sideline, Bowden's got cleveland.com dialed up there on his phone. He's watching you.
That's exactly right.
All right, well, the Eagles get the ball back, and have they responded? Let's head back out to Bedford to see what's going on in that game. 17-7 there. St. Ed's looking to get back in it as we pick this one up live, last 30 seconds of the second quarter.
Just 28 seconds left, obviously. Got to have a sense of urgency. They do have a couple timeouts. Here's your downfield throw. Ooh, that'll do.
Dropped it in the bucket. I mean, exactly where he had to throw that. If that's a little bit underthrown, that's a pick. That's Cordell Hoover, too. A big play receiver for St. Ed's.
Then it's a touchdown that really just completely changes the dynamics of this game as we head towards halftime.
Yeah, and I'm curious what St. Ignatius will do here now, because there's a little bit of time left.
Yeah.
You know, it looked like they had timeouts left, so I'm curious to see if they're aggressive or if they're willing to take a 17-14 lead into the locker room.
That's a different feeling for Chuck Kyle because it looked like, the first time we saw it, it looked like maybe St. Ignatius got the ball first. Not sure about that 100%, but I mean, you're Chuck Kyle, you're feeling great. You just get that touchdown right before halftime, and you're saying, all right, we're going to go into the half 17-7. We can regroup. Maybe we force a 3-and-out, or we go down the field, and we can start to distance ourselves a little bit. Now St. Ed's getting that huge play. Now you're talking about that blocked field goal being the difference between these two teams, and if St. Ed's can get something going early on in the third quarter, it takes on a completely different complexion.
Did that deep look maybe catch Ignatius by surprise a little bit?
Like he certainly got behind the defense.
Yeah.
Though. He certainly got behind those defenders, and there were two of them. So he beat his man, and there was a safety or someone who wasn't where they needed to be. So I am curious if maybe they were expecting one thing and got another.
Look, Kevin Kramer admitted that after that regular season game that he had nerves playing at First Energy Stadium in front of 18,000 fans.
Sure.
Now you get a chance to sort of be back in a much more normal high school atmosphere, probably about half the crowd there than there was at First Energy Stadium. You know, a lot of times, to me, it's great to see him actually admit that, because a lot of times you'll see players say, oh, no, it didn't affect me. Look, it's a different atmosphere trying to play at an NFL stadium.
And the other thing, too, the environment, like you said, the stadium's much smaller. I think Bedford only seats maybe 5,000 or 6,000.
Right.
So the stadium's a lot smaller. You're kind of in that big First Energy Stadium, even with 18,000 people. It's kind of a strange, hollow sort of environment there. So there's a lot of people, but maybe it doesn't feel like a lot of people. That could be a strange environment to have to play in.
It's also nerve-wracking playing St. Ignatius, especially for Kevin Kramer, a guy he didn't play last year against St. Ignatius for varsity. He didn't play the year before that against St. Ignatius. This was his opportunity. This was his first chance to play against St. Ignatius. And if you go to St. Ed's, and if you grow up on the west side, in the Lakewood area, the West Park area, you grew up saying, I want to beat St. Ignatius. I want to play St. Ignatius. And that was his opportunity, his first opportunity. And sometimes you look across and you see Chuck Kyle and you see the paw, and you could be like, oh boy, there's a little intimidation there, especially when you are getting your one shot against St. Ignatius. So I do like the fact that he was willing to admit that. And not only that, Aaron, but the fact that he saw that. He got those nerves out of the way. He got that jumpiness out of the way, and now he's got a second shot against St. Ignatius. If you're at St. Ed's, sometimes you only get one shot at St. Ignatius. He's getting number 2, and he looks like, so far, trying to make the most of it.
Right, a lot of players at St. Ed's don't get it. These two teams have only met. This is the third time in the playoffs that they've met. St. Ignatius won the first 2 meetings. St. Ed's trying to change that there. We're going to change directions here, move back to Division II to the Olmsted Falls Anthony Wayne game. That game has reached the half. Let's check in with Tim Bielek, who's on the phone with us now. Tim, what's the update there?
Well, it's been a game of 2 running football teams as we expected. Anthony Wayne 28, Olmsted Falls 14 at the half. It's been that two-man committee of Nick Schneider and Evan Brown that have combined for all four of the Generals' touchdowns. And that Anthony Wayne offense has been absolutely outstanding. Olmsted Falls really hasn't had an answer for defensively other than that one takeaway. But the Bulldogs do get the football back to start the second half. They've been able to make some plays, particularly with some uncharacteristically good passing, big plays in the passing game. So they have a chance, but they have to figure out a way to slow down this red-hot Anthony Wayne offense.
Tim, Anthony Wayne's a team that in the playoffs so far this year, they've put up 21 points in the first round, 14 in the second round, and now they're at halftime. They've got 28 points. Have they been doing something different offensively?
Well, they're definitely getting blockers up front, and most of the plays they've had 6 linemen or 6 guys up in front of the line with a tight end or another blocker in the box. And right now they've actually just got the stats for 345 yards as a team, and it's Brown and Schneider who have all 345. Brown going for 215, Schneider for 130.
Tim, how is Anthony Wayne doing something that nobody's been able to do so far in this postseason, limit Spencer Linville, a guy who's a man amongst boys out there?
Well, they've been able to key on him a little bit. They forced the only punt of the game. And it's tricky to try and take one guy and win a triple option. Linville does have 41 yards on the ground. Olmsted Falls has rushed for about 113, about 110 so far. But really, it's just come down to that one key stop, and then each team has gotten a turnover. And it's just been a matter of the fact that Anthony Wayne has not punted. They scored on 4 of their 5 possessions. In the 5th one, they got the ball taken away from them. So the Generals' defense has been very good, no doubt about it, but still a lot of football left for Olmsted Falls trying to get back into this game.
Tim, you mentioned Olmsted Falls has turned to the passing game a little bit. They didn't throw the ball at all last week. What does the passing game look like? What have they kind of done to try and get that going in the rare instances where they have thrown the ball?
Well, depending on how much you watch triple option football, say your Navies, your Georgia Techs, they will throw from time to time, and it's been plays where Rod Hudkay, the quarterback, has dropped back. It's looked like option plays. You always see a back usually motion towards one side of the field. They've faked it to Linville, and then for the big 67-yard is Josh Jakin. Jakin just got behind the defender, and Hudkay just put it on a good spot for him to make the play.
All right, Tim, appreciate it. Well, it is 28-14 there at the half. We will certainly check in with you throughout the night. Let's move down now to Division 4. Last time we checked in, Steubenville and Shelby. That game was tied at 7. They've reached the half now, and Jeff Sabo is there. Jeff, what's the update from that game?
Oh, hey, how you guys doing tonight? It has been a fantastic atmosphere here at Paul Brown Stadium. The Steubenville Big Red up 15-7 over the Shelby Whippets. Steubenville, with less than 30 seconds to go, ended up getting a touchdown when Johnny Agresta took a fumble 88 yards into the end zone. The Big Red put on a 2-point conversion, and that's how we ended up with a 15-7 score here at halftime.
What have you noticed from each team? It seemed like it took a little bit for each team to be able to get on the board. Now Steubenville's offense is getting going. Have they sort of hit their stride?
It really kind of seemed like it took a lot longer for Steubenville's offense to really get going. Jacob Bernard, their running back, he seems to be getting a lot of carries. He's had some good carries so far. However, the Shelby defense has stopped him in the backfield a couple of times, and there have been a lot of opportunities for Steubenville to pass the ball and move the ball down the field that way. However, Javon Davis, some of his throws have been off, and there have been some opportunities where his receivers have dropped the ball. And had they been able to catch some of those passes, they would have been able to extend some drives, and we might have been looking at a different score at halftime.
Jeff, Shelby's a team that is not used to being in the postseason. Steubenville very comfortable in the postseason. How do you feel like Shelby is handling the environment and the step up in competition?
Well, talking with their head coach, Eric Will, before the game, he was very relaxed. He definitely stressed that they were going to be very enthusiastic about this opportunity to be in the playoffs. And then their quarterback, Brennan Armstrong, he's a Division I recruit. He looks very relaxed in the pocket. Nothing really shakes him. He's been able to extend a lot of plays. He's got to be their leading rusher so far here tonight. There have been a lot of opportunities where you would think he was going to go down and get sacked, but he would end up running 6 to 7 yards up the field. and he's had a couple of good pass plays as well. So Brennan Armstrong really being a leader on offense for this Shelby team and making the most of the opportunities when presented.
Jeff, before tonight, did you know what a whippet was?
Not exactly, no. It's yeah, it was definitely had to look that up before I walked into the stadium. So yeah, that was definitely yep. That was to be honest with you, the answer to that question would be I did not know what a whippet was.
Well,
neither did we. So
we all
not
do
alone
now,
in that.
All right, Jeff, appreciate that, and we'll check in with you throughout the night as Steubenville looks to move back to the Final Four for the 4th straight year. They lead 15-7 over Shelby at the half. Meanwhile, another game has reached the half. Notre Dame, Cathedral Latin, and Perry. We've talked all night long about low-scoring affairs. This is certainly one of them. Bill Mavel is there with an update. Hey, Bill.
Hey, guys. How's it going tonight?
Pretty good. What do you got from us there?
So we're at 8-6 at the halftime. Perry's leading by 2. It's been a very defensive game so far, which I think really plays into NDCL's strength. Perry's been moving the ball up and down the field a little bit, but NDCL's done a nice job of stiffening up and forcing some punts. So right now we're sitting at a 2-point lead at halftime.
NDCL's been a team that's been able to pull a couple upsets to get to where they are right now. You feel like this low-scoring type of game where they're right in it is exactly what they were looking for coming into tonight?
Yeah, absolutely. Perry came in averaging nearly 44 points per game, so they didn't want to get into a shootout with these guys. But NDCL's defense has been averaging around 15.5 points a game again. So, slowing the game down, keeping their offense off the field, but by using this one control offense is really playing NDCL's strengths right now.
Bill, what is it about NDCL's defense, though, that's been able to slow down a Perry offense that has scored 40 in back-to-back games so far this postseason?
So far, they've done a good job of keeping everybody in front of them. Aside from one long pass midway through the second quarter, nobody from Perry has really gotten loose behind them. The only drive that Perry had was actually aided by a pair of penalties, pair of defensive penalties by NDCL, a roughing the kicker, interception was overturned on defensive pass interference, and they even had a fake punt on that drive. So it was a little bit of everything. Perry pulled out just about everything out of the playbook in order to get the ball down the field on that drive. But so far, they're doing a nice job of keeping everybody in front of them, not letting them get to the corners, not letting them get behind the safeties.
Bill, both of these teams have sort of thrived on turnovers. So have we seen any turnovers in this game or anything close to a turnover in this game?
We've had a couple near misses, a couple times where balls have hit the turf and been recovered by the offense. Right towards the end of the second quarter, Perry was trying to drive down the field a little bit and nearly had a pass picked off at about the 45-yard line. So NDCL's defense really looks like they're looking for that turnover, looking for that big play right now.
All right, Bill, low-scoring game there. We'll see if who can put some points up on the board in the second half. Maybe we will have a 7 seed. Again, we're talking about that, a 7 seed possibly moving on to the regional or to the state Final Four. Appreciate it, Bill, for the update. We'll check back in with you in a little bit. Well, there's another low-scoring game that we need to check on, and that is back in Division I. Seems to be the theme of tonight. Olentangy Liberty and Lorraine. The Titans and Patriots playing a close one there. For an update, we bring in Nate Klein, who is at the game. Nate, what's the update you got for us from there?
Hey, good evening, guys. At halftime, Lorraine is up 12-10. Olentangy Liberty, the coach was really questionable about his team and the special teams. If you get a chance to check my Twitter feed, you can see a over 50-yard field goal attempt was returned for 99 yards for a touchdown by Carlos Chavez. So, again, halftime 12-10 here.
How do you get to 12, Nate? Nate, how do you get to 12 points? It seems like an odd score.
Both teams are doing really well in this game, but it's just trying to make plays. I think Liberty came down here and only had 2 attempts to try to put some more points on the board, but obviously they could not do that. And as far as Lorraine, they're just trying to get what they can get from the defense for Liberty.
All right.
Nate, has Liberty been able to kind of limit Chavez in the run game?
Yeah, they have. They've done a good job about that, but obviously you can see, he's going to try to get his yards wherever he can, whether it's on defense or offense. So, they're limiting it a little bit, but what's really kicking right now, Liberty, is that they have 6 penalties, and every time they do that, they always seem to turn the ball over to Lorraine, and obviously it's not showing up on the scoreboard, but, they're trying to be effective.
All right. We certainly appreciate it, Nate, and it is a low-scoring game there. We'll check back in with you in a little bit. Of course, the Patriots 10-0 on the season, but they normally put up a lot of points, not so far tonight. Impressions where you see that score?
Yeah, well, Lorraine's a pretty good defensive football team. They're tough to pass the ball against, and look, they're just athletic. They have a lot of guys who have been really good on their basketball team. Their head coach, Dave McFarland, has been able to go and convince to play football, and that's big. If you're a good basketball player, you're pretty athletic. That means you can jump. That means you can run. That means you can do a lot of things that can make life difficult for an offense. So there's a number of guys that Dave McFarland has gone and said, hey, you're good at basketball. You should come play football for me. And I think you're seeing kind of the fruits of that here.
And look, we shouldn't be that surprised about Lorraine's defense, because this is a defense that has been stout all season long. Held Midview to 29, and now I say 29, but that's Midview terms, 29. Midview, a team that usually scores 40, close to 50 points. So 29, 7 against Bedford, 13 against Cleveland Heights, 14 against Olentangy, 14 against Dublin Jerome. So this is a Lorraine team that has shown that they can win a defensive battle with those guys that Dan was talking about. And this is a Titans team that hasn't had 10 wins in a season. They're up to 10 now. They haven't had 10 wins in a season since 1930. So you know that this is one of the better teams that the program has had.
All right, won't have to go there. Meanwhile, out in Twinsburg, they've reached the half as well in Region 5 between Hudson and Warren G. Harding. We've, of course, talked about Hudson, the comeback team of the last couple of months. Are they going to need to do that in the second half? Let's check in right now with Ryan Isley for the latest in that game. Hey, Ryan.
Hey, guys, and if Hudson wants to advance to their third straight state semifinal, they're going to have to revert back to the script they've used the last 6 weeks. They're going to have to make another comeback. They trail 14-3 to Warren G. Harding as we get close to entering the second half here. And, it looked early like it was going to get ugly for Hudson as they gave up a 73-yard touchdown run to Lynn Bowden on the second offensive play of the game. But ever since then, they've kind of bottled Bowden up on the ground. They've only given him 51 or less than 50 yards. He's got 122 on the day. But the big story for him is he's been hitting deep passes. He's got 2 passes of more than 40 yards, and he's thrown a touchdown pass. So he's been able to do it with his arm tonight when they've been able to stop him on the run.
Ryan, do you sense that is something that has surprised Hudson?
I don't know that it's really surprised them, but the catches that Warren G. Harding has made, I got to tell you, they've been perfectly placed footballs and just great catches by athletic receivers. Hudson's had great defense on all of them. I don't think that they were surprised they were going to throw the football because their DBs have been all over the receivers, just been great plays. There's been a highlight on almost every big play tonight. It's nothing simple for Warren G. Harding on offense. This Hudson defense isn't giving them anything easy.
Ryan, our reporter that covered Warren Harding last week was speechless at halftime about Lynn Bowden. Obviously, like you said, Hudson has been able to bottle him up, but have you had any sort of, wow plays from Bowden yet in this game?
Oh, I'm telling you what, when you're recording this game, I'm sitting here recording, and I'm trying to be careful not to audibly say wow. I don't want to have my voice on the recording, on the highlight, because he just does things that people shouldn't do. He's an absolute video game freak. There are plays, even the plays where he's gotten 1 or 2 yards, he's run out of 4, 5, 6 tackles and somehow gotten back to the line of scrimmage or gotten 1 or 2 yards. He makes those plays, and it reminds me a little bit of when Braxton was in high school, the way that he used to break tackles and run around people. He's an athletic freak of nature, and I'll tell you what, Hudson has done a great job of being able to bottle him up for the most part tonight, other than that one big run.
What's gone wrong for the Hudson offense?
Turnovers. They had a turnover. They were driving at the end of the first half. Last couple of minutes, they get a big run inside the 5, and as they were fighting for yardage, instead of going out of bounds or going down, he kept trying to fight, fumbled the ball, and Harding recovered it inside the 5 with under 2 minutes left to play. Other than that, the Hudson offense is actually, it looks like they've been able to move the football. They're running crisp routes. They've had a couple of drops. They've been able to move the football. They just haven't been able to punch it in the end zone. Their first drive ended in a field goal, and since then they haven't put any points on the board. But like I said, they've been rotating all 3 quarterbacks. All 3 have been able to find success in their own way.
They just haven't been able to make them pay at the end of the drive. Hudson will get the ball to start the second half, so it'll be interesting to see which quarterback comes out first of all and which offense they decide to try to run here at the end of the first half. At the beginning of the second half, you would have to think they're going to try to control the football to keep Lynn Bowden off the field. But again, they're going to need 2 scores now to come back and tie or win this football game.
So, Ryan, if the goal in the second half is to keep Bowden off the field and control the ball with their offense, is there a quarterback that kind of plan favors more than the other of that 3-quarterback rotation?
I would probably say Jackson Parker is more of the running quarterback. Pelé is going to throw the football a little bit more. And then William Wallace is also a running quarterback. He's also just a sophomore. He's come in. He's had a couple series. But I would, if I'm going to try to just hold the ball and I'm going to go for long drives and try to sustain time, I think I'm going to go with Jackson Parker.
All right, well, we have certainly seen Hudson's ability to come back in the second half of games previously. We'll see if they can do it. Ryan, thanks so much for the update. We'll check in with you in just a little bit. All right, well, guys, as we see all these games reach the half, do you feel like maybe it's just in a lot of these matchups where you get teams playing each other that just aren't familiar with each other, has it been sort of a feeling out process that maybe we could see something different as we head towards the second half?
It is always strange how some nights just kind of every game plays out the same.
Yeah.
Every game, for whatever reason, every game is just kind of low scoring and you don't have any shootouts. And that's sort of how tonight is playing out, and I think you kind of hit it, Aaron. I think it is kind of, we don't know anything about these teams except for Kyle Geitz and Kirtland, and that was always going to be a low scoring game. But if we don't know anything about this team, we're trying to kind of figure each other out. Second half now, you get into that locker room, you talk to your guys, you make some adjustments. Maybe some things open up here in the second half.
Yeah, and for Hudson, now you know what to expect from Bowden in the second half. Now, can you make the adjustment and can you slow him down and do something that nobody's been able to do all year? Okay, maybe. Good luck to you. But at the same time, you've gotten over that hurdle of seeing it in person. We heard it from Ryan right there. He's seeing him in person for the first time, and he's saying, wow. So for Hudson, seeing it in person, they're probably thinking the same thing, like, wow, this guy's really, really fast, or wow, this guy's really, really good. But now they've had an entire half to see that, and now it's up to them to try and make an adjustment and see if they can contain him, something that it seems like, as the game has gone on, they've gotten better at.
All right, well, it will certainly be fun to see if the Explorers can hit their stride offensively in the second half. One thing we know for sure, their marching band has hit its stride. As we head to break, Krista DeFini takes us out with the Hudson Marching Band. We'll be right back.
All right, the Hudson Marching Band is taking the field. I can't wait to see what they play. They're playing a classic and a personal favorite.
Welcome back to the field, the #1 band in the land, the 2016 Hudson High School Swing Marching Band. Through the years, they've been influential and world-renowned rock bands that have withstood the test of time. None have been quite as big as Queen, but rock and roll's greatest frontman, Freddie Mercury. We open our show with one of Queen's biggest hits off of their 1978 album, Jazz. Here is Fat Bottom Girl. Yeah, baby!
Before I decided to go back to Tri-C to become a nurse, I was a stay-at-home mom. Absolutely wanted to be a pediatric nurse. I love taking care of kids. If you're thinking about changing your career or changing your path, go to Cuyahoga Community College. I feel like I'm in a great place in my life. I have 3 great kids. I have a great job that I love. I could not have done it without Tri-C. My name's Diana Geary. I earned my nursing degree from Cuyahoga Community College.
Just as athletes need proper sleep for optimum performance, so do fans. To be your best, you need your rest on a properly fitted mattress from Mattress Warehouse. A good night's sleep on the right mattress prepares you for whatever the day throws at you. Visit Mattress Warehouse for a custom sleep assessment, and we'll help you find the right mattress for a great night's sleep and a productive day. Sleep like a champion, play like a champion with the perfect mattress from Mattress Warehouse.
Wednesday nights, more sports and Les Levine is live at 6. Then at 7, Access Crew SC. And at 7:30, High School Blitz Preview. It all starts Wednesday night at 6. Follow us on social media at TWC Sports OH. Across town and across the region, this is where fans belong. Time Warner Cable, Sports Channel.
The Emmy Award-winning High School Sports Insider features Ohio's best high school sports stories. For 17 years, the High School Sports Insider has been spotlighting role model students, outstanding athletes, and the Buckeye State's best teams. In-depth features from all sports, all school year long. For the best high school sports coverage, make sure you tune into the High School Sports Insider each and every week on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
As World Heavyweight Champion, Clevelander, and spokesman for Nature Stone, we'd like to present you with our own award.
Wow, it's awesome.
We had it made ourselves. It's made of...
Not the award, the floor.
Oh, it's Nature Stone.
Installed over concrete, Nature Stone flooring is tough, durable, long-lasting, and beautiful. Act now and get up to 50% off.
This is the only time you'll see me on the floor.
To schedule your free in-home consultation, go to naturestone.com today.
Football fans, huddle up. Friday nights are about to change forever with Friday Night Huddle. From pregame to postgame and everything in between, Friday Night Huddle is the place for Ohio football action. Combining the resources of cleveland.com, Classic Teleproductions, and Time Warner Cable Sports Channel, Friday Night Huddle gives you unprecedented coverage. You can be part of the action. Get updates as they happen. On cable, online, and on point. Friday Night Huddle.
There is a place where dreams arise. Stars are born. And greatness is made. What you live for lives here. Time Warner Cable, Sports Channel.
Matt Gould for cleveland.com and Friday Night Huddle with a halftime report from St. Ignatius versus St. Edward in the Division I Region I final. St. Ignatius has led throughout in this one. They are up at the half 17-14, although momentum is starting to shift to the side of the Eagles. Cordell Hoover, who had a muff punt you might have saw earlier, made up for it with a 66-yard touchdown reception in the final 18 seconds of the half. That's where we stand. But look at some stats. And this is what jumps out to me. Curtis Celesta, 9 carries, 64 yards. I mentioned in pregame, St. Ignatius has given up just 66 yards on the ground per game throughout the season. So the fact that St. Ed's has already rebounded to get that kind of total at the half says something. Also, turnovers have been the story of this game. I mentioned Hoover's punt return. Another fumble earlier by quarterback Kevin Kramer, recovered by James Layden, led to that field goal. So that's a 10-point swing right there. And Ignatius has looked like the better team for the first, I'd say, quarter and a half, but the turnovers have really been the difference. That's the only difference in this ball game right now. So that's where we stand right now, 17-14. St. Ignatius is on top, but remember, St. Ed's gets the ball to start the first half or the second half. and that could be key since they have momentum. We'll see what they can do with this first drive.
All right, thanks, Matt. Appreciate the update there. 17-14 in favor of the Wildcats as they have reached the half. And as you said, Chris, the Eagles get the ball to start the second half. How big? We talked about that big touchdown pass in the last 30 seconds of the half, changing momentum. Now they get the ball back. Really a chance to change the game completely.
Yeah, for sure, and to overcome all of the mistakes. And Matt said it right there. A muffed punt, a blocked field goal, and a fumble by their quarterback. Playing against St. Ignatius, you usually don't get an opportunity to overcome all those things. So if all of that happened and they can come out and they can put a drive together here to start the third quarter, take the lead against St. Ignatius despite what happened in the first half, I mean, that would be huge, obviously.
Yeah, we talked about it before the game. You can't make mistakes against St. Ignatius. Well, St. Edward has made mistakes, and they've gotten away with it. It's 17-14. It probably should be much more than 17-14. So you take a deep breath. You say, all right, guys, first half, a lot of mistakes. Chris Fedor was over here kind of banging his head against the table while Matt was going through that list. Only a 3-point game when we get the football. You kind of get a clean slate now.
All right, we talked earlier that Cuyahoga Heights had a 7-0 lead at the half over Kirtland. How'd they get there? Well, let's take a look out there as we head out to Solon. Those two teams doing battle. This is how the Redskins got on the board. It's Drummond with the pass into the end zone. Nice catch, nice cross, a slant across the middle in for the touchdown as the Redskins took the 7-0 lead into the half there. They're getting ready to kick off in the second half. We talked about the defensive battle there. It's been a defensive battle in many games across the state. Some score updates for you down in Southwest Ohio. St. X and Sycamore, they are tied at 7 at the break. Meanwhile, same score in the Region 3 game between Pickerington Central and Wayne. That is 7-7. Sort of a surprise there that both those teams have been held to so few points. Other updates for you. LaSalle, the two-time defending state champion, not having any problem with Miamisburg. They have a 31-7 lead over Miamisburg in that one. Marion Local, that always dominant MAC, they have a 13-0 shutout lead over Mechanicsburg. Meanwhile, it is 21-7 in favor of the defending champs from Division 4. Bishop Hartley leads Ottawa Glandorf as they have reached the half as well. The Hawks, a 5 seed this year, trying to get back to the state finals like they did last year where they beat Steubenville in the championship game. As you look at some of those scores, anything stand out to you?
I still am keeping track of that Cuyahoga Heights Kirtland score. I want to see how Kirtland responds, if they're able to run the football, or if Cuyahoga Heights maybe figured something out in that passing game. That's really the key to me because they started throwing the ball. We saw that highlight. I just want to know, can they come out and start throwing the ball at will a little bit against Kirtland? Did they figure something out?
Yeah, I mean, I think that obviously stands out. And the other thing is just LaSalle continuing its dominance. And I think one of the questions that so many of us had coming into this postseason is, okay, who's the team from Division II, not that's going to win the state championship, but that's going to test LaSalle and find a way to get past the Lancers? And a couple of the teams that we thought had a great chance because of explosive offenses, Avon being one of them, Midview being another one in Division II, they're both out of the mix. So it opens up a lane for a team to get into that kind of showdown against LaSalle, but they continue to show, even on a night where a lot of games are close, the distance between them and the other teams in Division II, it seems to be very, very wide.
And let's face it, too, though, they are not in the same situation as the last couple of years. As dominant as they are, they're not the number 1 seed. They're the number 3 seed. They kind of break.
Right.
I don't know how they're the number 3 seed, but they kind of break because Troy, the number 1 seed, got beat by Miamisburg, and LaSalle sort of showing right now that they still are that team to beat, at least down south in Region 8. All right, let's check back in at Kirtland and Cuyahoga Heights. They have started the second half. Brian Kaiser joins us there now with an update. Hey, Brian.
Hey, the beat goes on for Dylan Drummond. He caught an 89-yard touchdown pass, and it is 14-0 to Cuyahoga Heights. 4 minutes to go in the third quarter, and the Final Four is looking pretty good. Like the Redskins are playing some good defense. The Hornets had the ball for the first time at the Redskins' 25-yard line, but the next 3 plays was a fumble. They recovered -4. A false start, -5 yards on that one. Then they got a sack. Then they had to punt. The very first play for the Redskins was an 89-yard pass to Drummond, and it was wide open, and from the 40-yard line, he ran 60 yards right down the field to a touchdown.
Well, Brian, you sort of feel like with the way the Cuyahoga Heights' defense is playing, that 14-point lead feels more like about a 28-point lead.
Yeah, it might be enough. Like I said, they're the only team that have shut out the Hornets so far this year. Is, like I said, first time since 2010. So I think they said that we'll do it again.
What have you seen so far from Brett Lowther?
Brett is they really throwing the ball now. They scrapped that running defense. Offense, and play action pass at Drummond was wide open. He just ran in 60 yards. The Hornets fans are shocked.
Well, we look at it, and then in 6 of the last 7 games coming into tonight, the Redskins defense has given up 7 points or fewer. So certainly a tough task the Hornets face there. Brian, we appreciate the update. We'll keep tabs on your game there. 14-0, and they get that passing game going. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, and for Kirtland, a team that loves to run the football and never really gets themselves out of character. I wonder if they're thinking back to that last game a little bit, and I do wonder if maybe – look, they're not going to start throwing the ball around the yard, as we talked about, but I wonder if maybe they do start to get a little bit more aggressive and maybe see if there are some opportunities to throw the football.
And Dan, you mentioned earlier Dylan Drummond, just a guy who has emerged here throughout the postseason as a big-time playmaker offensively and defensively. When you see a quarterback, Brett Lowther, have the kind of season that he has had, sometimes the wide receiver can be overlooked, and we're starting to understand in watching Cuyahoga Heights why Lowther has been able to be as successful as he is. Yes, he's a dual-threat quarterback, but he's also thrown for over 1,000 yards. Half of that went to Dylan Drummond. Clearly his go-to target tonight, showing exactly why.
Guys, Cuyahoga Heights has only made it to the Final Four one time. That was 18 years ago, way back in 1998. Trying to get back there tonight. All right, we talked about the comeback explorers. It's not the fourth quarter yet, but they are on the move. Let's head out there and check out how they were down 14-3 to Warren G. Harding, but Hudson making a move, and this is Kevin Callahan. Going to go right through the line. As Hudson tries to get back into this game. The lineup in the I formation is something you don't see a lot anymore, but Callahan through the line into the end zone for the touchdown, and it is 14-10 now. Warren G. Harding still on top, but hey, here come those Explorers.
It's like they've been through this before. It's like they don't blink when they're trailing anymore.
Said it at the beginning of the show. Some teams have to learn how to be comfortable when uncomfortable. And Hudson's comfortable being uncomfortable. And for Warren Harding, you got to be thinking, wait a minute. This team has come from behind week after week after week. We have to make sure that we put them away. It's not a team that's going to go away. So we have to go out and put them away.
So does it maybe make it when Hudson is comfortable being
Yes.
uncomfortable, Harding is uncomfortable being comfortable because they know what's on the other side?
I would think that the pressure right now is all on Warren Harding. They came in tonight. They're 11-1. They got up to a big halftime lead, 14-3. Now all of a sudden, Hudson's starting to make that comeback. I think you find out a lot about a team like Warren Harding and a lot about a quarterback in Bowdoin, how they manage this upcoming drive after Hudson just scored.
And the other thing, too, for Warren Harding, obviously when you have a guy like Lynn Bowden, maybe sometimes it's easy to say, he's got this.
Yeah.
Let's let him take care of this. Other guys are going to have to step up around him and make plays because Brian mentioned, Bowden's had good numbers in the first half, but Hudson was doing a decent job of bottling him up, at least from the perspective of how you bottle up Lynn Bowden. So somebody else from Warren Harding is probably going to have to step up and make some plays if they're going to hold off the Explorers.
All right, well, Hudson not the only team on the comeback trail. Anthony Wayne had a 28-14 lead over Olmsted Falls, but back comes Olmsted Falls. Let's take you out there and find out what's going on. It's Spencer Linville.
I wonder which one he is in that video.
Into the end. How do you stop him? That makes it 28-21. Anthony Wayne still up, but the Bulldogs back within 7 points as they play here in the third quarter, not going away easily.
The thing about Linville is he's so big, but his head coach, Tom DeLuca, and other guys that have kind of played against him, talk about his feet. Like he's got good feet. Like he's not just a big dude.
Bear.
Yeah, he's not just a big dude that runs you over. He's got good footwork. He's a legitimately good running back.
And the thing that's hard for Anthony Wayne and every team that has played Olmsted Falls throughout the course of the season and in the postseason, you have to tackle that guy for 4 quarters. Maybe you can do it for 2, but once you get into the third quarter and the fourth quarter, you're like, jeez, oh man, this guy just does not stop. And the kind of physicality that he runs with, it takes a toll on the opposing defense.
5'9", 240 pounds.
I mean, think about that. You got to tackle that 41 different times throughout the course of a game? No thanks. I don't care who you are. Nobody wants to do that.
Maybe Anthony Wayne wishes that this typo in the OHSAA's roster was right. It said 5'9", 24 pounds.
Yeah, exactly.
I think he's a little more than that.
We've mentioned this before, and Chris Fedor, I know you love your fast food.
Yeah.
Spencer Linville told the Lorraine Morning Journalist his pregame meal, McDouble, McChicken, fries, and if he's feeling it, a milkshake. Could you eat that like pre-show?
No.
Next week, can we bring that on the show and have you try and tackle that?
Look, I mean, in the Cavs locker room, it's pasta, it's fruit, it's salmon sometimes, but a McDouble, a McChicken, a milkshake? No, I wouldn't want to play a football game after all that kind of stuff. You kidding me?
I think that top Wade Boggs used to eat a whole chicken before every game he played.
It's like the high school version of Marshawn Lynch snacking on the sidelines.
Hey, got him into the end zone there and got Olmsted Falls back within 7 points of Anthony Wayne. We will certainly keep tabs on that game. These games, midway point really now of the third quarter. We head down the stretch run. We've been with you for the last 2 hours, 15 minutes with you until 11 o'clock. Aaron Goldstein along with Chris Fedor, Dan Lobby. We thank you so much for joining us on cleveland.com. Of course, if you're looking for some live football, make sure you check out Time Warner Cable Sports Channel. Viewers in Northeast Ohio will get the St. Edward St. Ignatius game going on right now. Central Ohio, it's Pickerington Central and Wayne, and down in Southwest Ohio, it is Sycamore and St. X. That 7-5 matchup down in Region 4. So these games moving along here. Some points now finally being put up on the boards. Maybe teams finally now enjoying this nice weather. We've seen teams go to the air. About a quarter and a half to go in a lot of these games. You see any team? We've seen a couple teams sort of closing the gap here. Can some of these teams actually get over that hump and make these comeback complete?
Well, you always got to keep an eye on Hudson.
No.
We talked about them over and
course.
over and over again. St. Xavier is interesting to kind of see how they respond. With, of course, they are always going to have the advantage of quarterback with Sean Clifford, the Penn State commit. Let's see how the Whippets play against Steubenville, because they've got a Division I quarterback as well, and you always kind of watch for that stuff on these warm weather nights when you get to maybe use that Division I quarterback a little bit when maybe you were expecting some cold weather and some snow to maybe neutralize that option. So let's see how those guys do.
And I think we have to give a lot of credit, guys, to head coach Jeff Goff of Hudson, because part of the reason why Hudson's been able to respond in the second half and rally in the second half and come from behind to win games in the second half is because of the adjustments that head coach Jeff Goff is making at halftime. Yes, it's execution, but you also have to put your players in a position to succeed. And this is somebody who came into the year and there were a bunch of questions about him. He's filling in for Ron Wright, a guy who's had tremendous success at Hudson. And here's a guy in head coach Jeff Goff who's using 3 quarterbacks. And when he said, I look at it like Ohio State from a few years ago, people probably chuckled at him. But he's zigging when other people are zagging and is working well. He believes in all 3 quarterbacks. He said, I want to use all of them in different ways. I look at it like a cornerback. I look at it like a linebacker. If I rotate those guys, why can't I rotate quarterbacks? So he has stuck to his guns, and a big reason why Hudson's been able to come from behind is because he's making the right adjustments at halftime.
It's a tough job to do when you know that job's not yours.
I mean, he's filling in for Ron Wright.
Yeah, and he's doing a really good job. And guess what? They're back at it. Let's go back out to the field to see what Hudson can do as they try to complete this comeback over Warren G. Harding. Just another attempt, this time perhaps turning to their defense as we head to the stadium to check in on Warren G. Harding and Hudson. That is Max Kellerman coming up with the interception there. And then that would lead to a score by Terrion Jackson. Terrion Jackson Parker, into the end zone. And Hudson, just like that, 2 quick scores, and they are on top. They're not waiting for the fourth quarter this time.
No. Defense, right? It all starts with that defense and forcing turnover, something that Hudson just does year after year. No matter who the coach is, no matter who's on their team, they're always able to force turnovers. And they had a little pressure. It was a screen pass. Not a great throw from Bowden, and Hudson was able to take advantage and right down the field to take the lead.
And that's the thing that stands out to me. It was 14-3 early. It was 7-0 in the snap of a finger. And all of a sudden, you've got this explosive offense and Warren Harding, a team that nobody's been able to slow down all season long. Even their loss against Cardinal Mooney, they scored 34 in that game. So you've got a team that's been stuck on 2 touchdowns. This is an uncomfortable feeling for Warren Harding when they're used to scoring 30, 40 points. They look up on the scoreboard and they're thinking, we've been stuck on 14, it seems like, for 10, 20 minutes now.
Yeah, Hudson able to turn the tables there. 2 quick early scores in the second half as they take the 17-14 lead over Warren G. Harding. We've talked about it all night long. The comeback kids trying to do it again here tonight. Last we checked, it was 17-14 in favor of Ignatius as they started the second half there. And we're going to head out there live. About 3 minutes to go in the third quarter. Still the same score.
Look at all that time.
Yeah, well, that's pretty throw too.
Yep.
Right where it needed to be, in stride. And Aaron, you were asking, can Patrick Ryan do it through the air just like he can do it on the ground? And you saw it right there. Part of the reason why he can do it through the air is because he's got all the time, he's got the weapons, but he also makes passes like that. He did that in the first meeting against St. Ed's. He did that in a few playoff games so far this year. So, yeah, he does seem to be the complete package, running and throwing.
We've talked about the mistakes, and maybe it wasn't a turnover, maybe it was just a 3-and-out or something, but missed opportunity to come out of the half with the football and not score, not take that lead. Now you gave St. Ignatius a chance to go back up by 2 scores against you.
Look, and this for St. Ed's, in the second half of the first meeting between the 2 teams, St. Ed's mustered like 60 yards of offense or something like that against St. Ignatius's defense. So that's where you start to talk about the coaching. That's where you start to talk about head coach Chuck Kyle. And now you've got St. Ignatius up by 10. You know what they're doing. They're going to pin their ears back, they're going to bring the pressure, and they're going to try and force St. Ed's into more mistakes. This is not the position that St. Ed's would want to be in.
Obviously, they were able to stop St. Ed's when they got the ball to start the second half and then able to score. But right back down the field on the other end, this is St. Ed's trying to get closer. It's 24-14, 10-point game as they play here late in the third quarter.
It's obviously a good response by the Eagles. Now they're driving with a chance to get back to, you would hope 24-21, but even if you can get it to 24-17, you're coming up on that fourth quarter. And when you get to that spot, sometimes all it takes is, an interception or a fumble. It can take one small thing to give yourself an opportunity in that final 12 minutes.
Look, we saw it in the first half. When Ignatius scored, St. Edward able to bounce back right away and get that answer. They're looking to do the same thing here. Whew,
that's a heck of a run.
That is quite the run there. Curtis Zalesta into the end zone.
It's just patient, got behind his line, followed him into the end zone.
So we've certainly seen that St. Edward can get it done following a St. Ignatius score. Now the trick is for them not to let St. Ignatius score and be able to get it done and take the lead as they bring the game back within a 3-point lead.
And that blocked field goal. That blocked field goal
you feel
early
like those
in the first half.
always come back to haunt you, don't you?
You're right about that, Aaron.
All right, down in Southwest Ohio, we talked about Sycamore St. Xavier, the possibility of a 7 seed making it to the state Final Four. Well, Sycamore, late in the third quarter, now has a 21-7 lead over St. X. So perhaps a chance for the Aves. We're making their first appearance in the regional final. To knock off a perennial power certainly would be a signature win for them as they look to advance. Meanwhile, it was a low-scoring affair between New Albany and Massillon Perry, 10-6. They're into the fourth quarter there. The top seed, Perry from Massillon, up 10-6 over the Eagles from New Albany, 11:52 or so to go at last check there in the fourth quarter. And we continue to move on throughout the state, hitting the fourth quarter, guys, now.
And look, Sycamore as a team, they beat Mason last week, a team that was in our Super 25 for a little bit. They played against Coleraine earlier this year. They played against LaSalle and took LaSalle into overtime in the first game of the year. So this is a team that has played against the competition that they're seeing tonight against St. Xavier. And we talked about how much that can be beneficial. And maybe their record in the regular season was not what they wanted it to be. They probably didn't get the seed that they wanted it to be. But because they played that kind of schedule and because they played that kind of competition, they're not going to see that X on the helmet from St. Xavier and be intimidated in the way that another team is going to be. They've got some signature wins and signature matchups on this schedule that is certainly seeming like it's helping them tonight against St. X.
And you mentioned earlier about the St. X maybe having a little bit of a hangover
Yeah.
after that win last week.
Takes a toll.
Not being able to come out and get off to a fast start, which allows a team like the Aviators to say, hey, we got a shot against this team. They're not coming out and just running away with this game, and now they've got a lead and a chance to pull an upset.
Obviously, they don't count out the Bombers.
No.
They're a team
Never.
that we saw last week against Coleraine, able to come back late, and they forced overtime last week and eventually won it. So Bombers certainly, with plenty of experience, Coach Steve Speck always has that team in a good position coming down the stretch. So they're 21-7. I mentioned Perry up 10-6 over New Albany there. Meanwhile, it's 7-7 still between Pick Central and Huber Heights. They're still only at the half. That game might take. We mentioned one game might be over by now. This one might be going to about 11:30 at night.
How was a 7-7 game only at halftime? That's what I want to know.
Of course, viewers in Central Ohio can watch that game right now over on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel. In the other Division I game that we haven't done a ton of talking about, Olentangy Liberty and Lorraine going at it. What have you guys seen from that game so far?
Defense of Lorraine, the defense that has carried them into the postseason, the defense that has been the staple for them. They lost 2 games to start the year, and then they got into the kind of defense that you're going to have to play in order to be a playoff team. You talk about a team that held Bedford, very explosive offense that was scoring about 30-plus points per game to just 7 points. Cleveland Heights, with all of their playmakers, a wide receiver that has Alabama, Ohio State, all those big-time programs on his list. You hold Cleveland Heights to 13, first 2 postseason games, 14 and 14. So when you can play that kind of defense, you don't need as much from the offense. And Lorraine's not a team that's going to go out there and score 30 or 40, but they don't have to because of that defense, Dan.
And again, there's such a great story. I mentioned it with Deshaun Brooks and Naz Bohannon. Deshaun Brooks, who's one of the best corners in the area, he started playing football last year because Dave McFarland went to him. He said, pretty good at basketball. Why don't you come try this football thing too in the fall? Just don't worry about basketball in the fall. You can start playing that after we're done trying to win a state championship. And he's a great story on a great team because now he's getting football offers from MAC schools. A couple Big Ten schools have come calling for him. So when you have a great corner in a high school football, it can be game-changing for your team because you can take the number 1 receiver out of the game from the opposing team. And some of these schools that have great number 1 receivers, maybe there's not a lot of depth behind that guy, and it changes how the quarterback approaches the game too.
Another score that we're keeping an eye on in Division 4, the defending champs Hartley. They had a nice little cushion there, but now Ottawa Glandorf coming back. That game 28-21 in favor of Bishop Hartley. They have about 11 minutes to go in the fourth quarter there. So that game getting close. A lot of these games getting close as we come down the wire into the fourth quarter. It's playoff time. It's when all those big moments seem to happen. Certainly be fun to see as they unfold here on regional final Friday night here in the Buckeye State, third week of November. Of course, tomorrow 3 more divisions get their games underway. 3, 5, and 7 will get going tomorrow night. The change from previous years where Division I moved to Friday night. As you look ahead to Saturday, is there anything that maybe strikes your eye at all, strikes your fancy in the games coming up tomorrow night?
Hoban is always interesting,
Yes.
just because I think they're such a good team, and they're coming off that rivalry win against St. Vincent St. Mary, 21-7. So how do they respond against New Philadelphia? Is there? We talked about that hangover with St. Xavier. So is there a little bit of a hangover there with Archbishop Hoban? Obviously, everything is settled with Danny Clark. He committed a few weeks ago, so there's no questions there. They're kind of settled in and focused on trying to win another state championship, but. You kind of keep an eye on them against a New Philadelphia team that, that's not a bad football team. Hoban is going to be the better team going into that game, but the Quakers can make it a tough game.
Yeah, and Toledo Central Catholic, I don't know that they needed a break. They don't ever need breaks, but Sandusky losing last week, a lot of people were looking at maybe a Sandusky-Toledo Central Catholic matchup in the regional final. Now all of a sudden it's Lexington against Central Catholic. So we talked about, do you have a clear path into Columbus and Central Catholic? Again, nothing's easy when you get into the postseason. There's no question about that, but an easier path for Toledo Central Catholic.
Dan mentioned the game between Hoban and New Philadelphia. Northeast Ohio viewers will get to see that on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel live tomorrow night. Meanwhile, the rest of the state will see the game between Trotwood and St. Mary's Memorial. Guys, a little bit off the field here for a second. The big news this week, or the past couple of weeks, of course, the Big Ten announcing that they're going to move some games to Friday nights. A couple days ago, the Ohio High School Coaches Association coming out officially saying that they are against that move. They're joining coaches associations from several other states in announcing that opinion. Your thoughts as the Big Ten gets set to play games starting next year on Friday nights?
Oh, and we've also seen a couple Big Ten schools say, no thanks, we're not going to do that, and that's what the Coaches Association would like to see Ohio State do. I don't really understand the move by the Big Ten, to be honest with you, because that's such a big program. The money is flowing in. When you look at MAC schools and you look at some of the smaller schools that have moved to the in-week games, it's to get exposure. Mm-hmm. It's to get TV time, recruiting time, things like that. The Big Ten doesn't really need that. And the other thing, the point I thought the Coaches Association made that I thought was good was it hurts your recruiting a little bit because now your coaches maybe can't attend a game they would have attended. Maybe they can't, they're going to see a kid eventually. I mean, it's 2016. You can see a kid if you want to see a kid. But you're not maybe going to get that in-person view that you might get.
I agree. I mean, one of the edges that the Big Ten has had on some of these other conferences is exactly what Dan mentioned. They're recruiting. Michigan's being able to recruit at a high level right now. Ohio State, of course, recruiting at a high level right now. And I think the other thing is you're taking some shine away from some of the kids for so long, especially in this area. And I know we're biased because we're talking about this area, but for so long, Friday night has been about high school football, Friday night lights. And you're taking some of that away from the kids that you want to bring to your program. And Dan's absolutely right. This is the Big Ten. You're the Big Ten. You're not the MAC. You're not the WAC. You don't need these kinds of games midway through the week. Just control Saturday. Take a stranglehold of Saturday. And I just think it's an oversaturation of what's going on, and it's trickling down from the NFL into college right now.
What we've certainly seen is that the conferences will follow the money trail.
Right.
Not necessarily that I agree with the move, but I will say that you look at it, it's not like Ohio State's going to be playing every Friday night.
No.
It's once a year, maybe. They're not going to have a home game until 2018. So it's not like it's going to be the spotlight off of high school every Friday night. It'll just probably be one or two, as in the season as it goes on.
But I think there's also a chance that the quality of football decreases because you have less time to prepare and you have less time for your body to recover. Somebody said it from the NFL last night after the Carolina Panthers played against the New Orleans Saints. They're talking about player safety this, player safety that, and they're asking us to play 3 days after just ramming into each other for 60 minutes a game. I think you want the quality of football to be at its best, and I don't think you're getting the best quality when you're asking these guys to play on a Saturday and then turn around and play on a Friday as well. That one extra day could mean a lot for bodies and preparation.
All right, let's get back onto the field. Head back into Division 4. Head out to Mentor. That's where Bill Mabel's spending his night. The game between NDCL and Perry. Bill, what do you got for an update?
Hey, guys, we've reached the end of the third quarter. We're still sitting at 8-6. Perry's leading. NDCL finally got a turnover inside Perry territory, but couldn't do anything with it. They tried a 56-yard field goal, and it had the leg, but pushed a little wide right. So that's where we're sitting right now.
Wow, points tough to come by there. So much so that you're trying 56-yard field goals. What's been the tough part for both these offenses?
It's really been sustaining the drives. We played a lot between the 30s, and once they get a little bit closer into the scoring areas, the defenses are really stiffened up. For NDCL, we've had a couple of really big wind-aided punts that have split the field position for them. Ryan LeBanc has boomed a couple big ones. One was 67 yards, one was 70 yards. It really turned over the field, so making Perry march the entire length of the field in order to score.
It's rare to see 50-plus yard field goals, but Bill, Notre Dame Cathedral Latin, they've tried a lot of those. I would think in this kind of close game, 8-6 game where special teams could play into it, NDCL having that kind of weapon where they feel like if they have to go to a 40-plus yard field goal, I would think that would change some of the things that they do from a schematic standpoint, no?
Yeah, absolutely. The drive where they tried the 56-yard field goal, you can see they went a little conservative on second and third down because they got themselves into long situations due to penalties and a couple negative plays, and they seemed content to say, we'll just try the long field goal because we know he's got the leg to make it. So it'll be interesting to see the fourth quarter, though. NDCL will be kicking into this strong win, so we'll see if that affects the play calling.
All right, Bill, we appreciate the update there. 8-6 heading into the fourth quarter. We will certainly check back in with you in a little bit to see how that game finishes out. The Division IV game coming down to the wire there. A lot of games coming down to the wire as we hit it towards the fourth quarter.
When you have low-scoring first halves, 24 minutes in that second half, unless there's a big difference between the two teams and it just comes out in the second half, you're usually going to have pretty close second halves, and that's what you want in regional final week, right? I mean, you want close games. This is one of those weeks where there's just so much on the line. You get a trophy at the end of the night. You want it to be a hard-fought, close game, at least from the outside looking in. I'm sure the players would love to have a 47-0 blowout in favor of themselves, but I'll take a bunch of close games.
Hey, you know what? We're going to go back to Bedford. There's a little game going on there between a couple teams that might know each other a little bit. St. Ignatius, St. Edwards, in this game has changed up a little bit. Let's head back out there live. We'll check in here. It's 24-21 Ignatius. That changes.
It's Melvin Jackson.
That is Melvin. Look at Melvin Jackson. Whoa, look at Melvin Jackson. No one can take him down. Sets up Eds pretty good there early in the fourth quarter, trailing by 3 points.
Throw under pressure and a great job by the secondary to just have a nose for that football, an underthrown ball with the hit coming. And Melvin Jackson, nose for the football, goes and gets it.
And he's been their playmaker on defense. They haven't made a ton of plays. They certainly didn't in the first meeting against St. Ignatius, but he's that guy that has stepped up and made plays defensively, getting a pick there. I think it was his helmet that blocked the Hoban field goal attempt earlier in the year. So he's that kind of guy that can step up and make those plays.
And now trying to cap it off.
Nice run.
Look at that. And just like that, the Eagles are back in front, 27-24, pending the extra point there. Got to tell you, when Ignatius took that big lead, it sort of looked like, is this going to be it? They were up 17-7. Really impressed with the St. Edward response.
Look at Zalesta, 5'9", 180, kind of hiding behind that offensive line, but he's the kind of running back that St. Ed's has had in the past. Get more than what's blocked. Right there, his alley, it was blocked. He had nowhere to go. He bounced it back to the left side, and this is somebody who's coming off a game where he had nearly 200 yards rushing, Dan, against a stingy Stowe defense. So for him to put up this kind of game against St. Ignatius, it's rare for the Wildcats to give up that kind of rusher.
Yeah, and again, it starts with bringing pressure on Patrick Ryan. Makes a bad throw under pressure. Melvin Jackson, look, some guys just know. Some guys in the secondary just know how to go get the football. So that's not really something that can be taught. You just know to go get the football when it's up in the air like that. Melvin Jackson makes the play, and I love that run. That's 2 runs now we've seen from Zalesta where he was patient. He just waited for something to develop. That was a little cutback. Kind of a nose for the end zone for Zalesta. And look at St. Edward. Kind of giving St. Ignatius back a little bit what they do, taking advantage of mistakes.
Guys, St. Ignatius has only given up 28 points one time this year before tonight. That was in their only loss, an overtime loss to Detroit Catholic Central. Now they've given up 28 points to St. Edwards. Did you see this coming?
Well, we said at the beginning, Aaron, which offense for St. Ed's is going to show up? Is it going to be the one that put up 41 against Stowe last week, or is it going to be the one where the step up in the competition against Hoban, against Elder, against St. Ignatius was something that they simply were not ready for? I mean, you talk about an offense that scored 10 or fewer those 3 games, and we asked the question, which offense is going to show up? And so far, it's been the offense that we saw more last week against Stowe, and that's what it takes against St. Ignatius. Again, you're not winning a 10-7 game against them. You're just not. You're not winning a 14-10 game against them. You got to show that you can go out there and you can score against the St. Ignatius defense. That's what the team from Detroit did earlier, 28-21. That's what it is going to require for St. Ed's or anybody that faces St. Ignatius.
And this is an Ed's offense, too, that needs a little help, a turnover like that. Against Stowe, they had that turnover, a defensive return for a touchdown, and then on the drive that kind of bled out the clock. It ended in a blocked field goal, but it bled out enough clock that Stowe wasn't able to drive back down. Stowe had, a few penalties on that final drive to kind of keep that offense going. So this is an Ed's offense that maybe on its own isn't able to sustain a lot and score a ton of points, but if you give them opportunities, if you give them turnovers, they can turn that into points.
We talked so much about the Ignatius defense, but now as we head to the fourth quarter and St. Edward has the lead, we'll have to see if the St. Edward defense can maybe step up, make a couple stops to hold on to a win there. Let's head back to Division II now. That game between Anthony Wayne and Olmsted Falls. This one a back-and-forth affair, and guess who we're about to see?
Uh-oh.
You recognize some
can't miss him.
Big guy right in the middle of your screen. He's going to run it in from 1 yard out. This one right now, 31-28, Anthony Wayne over Olmsted Falls. It's been a fun one.
Yeah.
We've asked for games with points. We got one here.
And who knew it would be this game?
Right.
Running the football back and forth against each other. But these are teams that have scored a lot of points by running the football. And Spencer Linville, you said it. You get to that fourth quarter against this guy. You've been trying to tackle him all game. Good luck. You're worn out from that.
Wayne and Olmsted Falls sitting there laughing at all these spread offenses. We're going to throw it back to 1999. What are you guys doing out there? We'll put up points. We'll put up 31 and 28 respectively by running the football down your throat.
And look, we saw Linville run it in there from 1 yard out, but you got to expect that it was probably a lot of Linville that got him down the field to get to that point, not just doing the short runs that pay off in the end. So Anthony Wayne with a 3-point lead in the fourth quarter, 31-28, about 9 minutes to go when Linville punched it into the end zone there. We'll keep our eyes on that one. So that's a 3-point game. St. Ignatius is a 4-point game. A lot of close games coming down the stretch as we hit the home stretch here of regional final Friday night here all across the Buckeye State. 16 trophies going to hand out tonight. Let's go to Bedford. St. Ignatius, St. Edward, 28-24, under 8 minutes to go.
3rd and 5 here, so maybe a chance to get off the field. Oh, this looks like 4 down territory. Or you can just do that.
What a throw. Wow.
I've seen a few good throws in this game.
I mean, you mentioned it. On 3rd and 5, Aaron, you asked, what is Patrick Ryan made of? Can he make the throws in crunch time? That's 3rd and 5. That is a passing situation, and he dropped a dime right there.
To Mike Liefeld for the go-ahead score. Now it's almost getting like the feel of whoever has the ball last is going to win this game.
Once again, that blocked field goal. Don't forget that, the blocked field goal in the first
You're right.
half.
It keeps coming up.
Yep.
And, these extra points become more and more important. Of course, St. Ignatius is a very good kicking team.
But that throw on 3rd and 5, I mean, that's what you want from your quarterback. That's when you start to feel like we have a quarterback that can lead us to a state title. 3rd and 5. In the past, maybe St. Ignatius tries to run the ball with Bobinski, use that big, powerful offensive line, but there is Coach Kyle trusting his quarterback, a guy who has made plays for them in the passing game throughout the regular season, comes up with a huge throw right there.
He really dropped that one right in there.
Man,
couldn't ask for that, but yeah.
Exactly where it had to be.
And he did it. He came up big in the fourth quarter there to give the Wildcats now a 3-point lead as they go back and forth. Games going back and forth all across the state. This is a lot of fun. You got games coming down to the wire here with regional championships on the line, chance to play in the state Final Four. If you're playing the weekend after Thanksgiving, that you've had a pretty successful season no matter what goes on after that.
Yeah, you love the idea of having to go to practice on Thanksgiving morning. That's great. That's what you want when your season starts, to go to practice before you go to Thanksgiving dinner. And that's what these teams are fighting for. And these are the games you love, too. These games when teams are just making plays back and forth. You know, it's not mistake after mistake after mistake. It's, I'm going to make a play, now you're going to make a play, and you just go back and forth like this as the game winds down. These are a lot of fun to keep an eye on.
All right, these games winding down. We're going to keep an eye on a whole bunch of them. But first, let's head to break. And as we do, we head back to Hudson. Check out the band and Krista DeFini.
Just as athletes need proper sleep for optimum performance, so do fans. To be your best, you need your rest on a properly fitted mattress from Mattress Warehouse. A good night's sleep on the right mattress prepares you for whatever the day throws at you. Visit Mattress Warehouse for a custom sleep assessment, and we'll help you find the right mattress for a great night's sleep and a productive day. Sleep like a champion, play like a champion with the perfect mattress from Mattress Warehouse.
The best thing Tri-C did for me was give me opportunities. The workforce program prepared me for the career I have now. I got a job in the aerospace industry where I work on CNC machines. I have 3 younger brothers. I want to teach my brothers, you know, hard work actually pays off. Come to Tri-C. It's a great stepping stone to wherever you're trying to get to in life. My name is Chris Grooms, and I got my start at Tri-C.
Saturdays, after the big game, Time Warner Cable Sports Channel is Ohio's destination for all things college football. Join Les Levine and Anthony Lima as they break down all the day's action. Listen in live on Coach Urban Meyer's news conference and take your calls on the road ahead for the Scarlet and Gray. More sports and Les Levine postgame. Saturdays after the game on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
I'm Stipe Miocic, world heavyweight champion for Nature Stone, and Cleveland's first hometown champ. Fighting can be brutal, so can mold, mildew, or flooding on your basement carpet or tile. Get Nature Stone and never replace your basement flooring again.
Hurry, act now. Get Nature Stone and save up to 50%. That's up to 50% off authentic Nature Stone flooring.
Nature Stone, like me, simply the best.
Act now. Call or visit naturestone.com today.
Football fans, huddle up. Friday nights are about to change forever with Friday Night Huddle. From pregame to postgame and everything in between, Friday Night Huddle is the place for Ohio football action. Combining the resources of cleveland.com, classic teleproductions, and Time Warner Cable Sports Channel, Friday Night Huddle gives you unprecedented coverage. You can be part of the action. Get updates as they happen. On cable, online, and on point. Friday Night Huddle. Dominion East Ohio is proud to salute young people in our area who work toward their goals both in the classroom and on the field. We're proud to serve our community and are committed to making a difference. Each year, Dominion partners with schools throughout the region and the entire country to develop new programs aimed at strengthening math and science education in our schools from kindergarten through high school. For more information about our programs, services, and community involvement, www.dom.com. Dominion, it all starts here.
The Ohio Lottery's Partners in Education program has been recognizing students and teachers who shine both in and out of the classroom since 2007. To nominate a deserving teacher or student, go to ohiolottery.com and click on Supporting Education. Students in kindergarten through 12th grade are eligible to be academic all-stars. K through 12 teachers can be honored as the Teacher of the Month. Every school that participates is eligible to be honored as the School of the Year. The Ohio Lottery's Partners in Education, where stars shine.
Tuesday nights are for Ohio college football. And now, Time Warner Cable Sports Channel is teaming up with your favorite site where Ohio State fans gather, 11 Warriors. Join Marissa Contapelli and the pros who know the team best as they preview the week ahead. 11 Warriors Report, Tuesday nights at 7, only on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel.
All right, welcome back to Friday Night Huddle right here on cleveland.com. Aaron Goldstein filling in for Dave Bacon tonight alongside Chris Fedor and Dan Lobby. Been a fun night here as we continue to take a trip all across the Buckeye State. We've been checking in a lot from Anthony Wayne and Olmsted Falls. It was a 3-point game at last check, while Anthony Wayne opening it up a little bit as they go back to their guy, Nick Schneider. We've seen the tale of two running backs here, Spencer Linville and Nick Schneider. Schneider keeps it, goes through the pile and into the end zone. So now that's a 10-point game, 38-28 in favor of Anthony Wayne. Feel like it's a nice little cushion there in the fourth quarter, but the way this game's going, teams have been scoring pretty easily all night.
A couple running backs now just going back and forth. This is like a one-on-one matchup in basketball almost. This is Dominique Wilkins versus Larry Bird or LeBron James versus Paul Pierce a few years back.
What you're going with?
Sure, why not?
Sure. But I like, from what we've seen from Olmsted Falls, they have stuck to who they are. Now they're down 10. It's obviously not a position that the Bulldogs want to be in, used to being in. But from what we've seen, they've stuck with the ground game because that's who they are, and they feel like they can rip off chunks that way. So even though they're down 10, I would expect them to stick to that running game and keep feeding Linville. It's worked here in the second half.
All right, well, guys, we have time to hand out our first regional final championship trophy tonight. Kirtland and Cuyahoga Heights has gone final, and we're going to head out there to Solon, check in. Brian Kaiser with us now. Brian, how'd this game finish up?
Final score, Cuyahoga Heights 17, Kirkland 0.
Pretty impressive there, and I understand we have head coach Al Martin from Cuyahoga Heights with you there as well?
Got it right next to me.
All right. Coach Martin, Aaron Goldstein with
Coach Martin.
Chris Fedor and Dan Lobby here. Congratulations on the win. You beat Kirtland twice in one season after not having beaten them since 2008. What impressed you the most about your team's performance?
Defensively, we really played well. We didn't let them establish the line of scrimmage. We tackled really well. Kids got downhill to the ball. So, defensively, we were great. Offensively, we struggled. They had a really good defensive game plan tonight and played well. We were all out to score on them, but defensively, we were great tonight.
Coach, I think there's a lot of Division VI schools that are wondering, what is your secret? 2 shutouts of Kirtland in the same season. What is it about that defense that was so good?
Well, we got a lot of good players over there. I was telling someone we finally have 11 players who are willing to tackle, and if you don't against Kirtland, you're in trouble because they'll make all 11 guys tackle. They'll put 11 guys in the box, and your 11th guy, your worst tackler, has to tackle. So we finally got 11 guys who'll tackle, so that's a big help.
What kind of dimension has Dylan Drummond added for your offense going into where you're going into Columbus?
Well, he gives us balance, obviously, because, we try to run the ball, but you got to cover him, and if you leave him one-on-one, he's pretty good. He goes and gets the ball. He runs really good routes, and our quarterback throws the ball really well. So pass pro was an issue tonight. They did some nice things, and we didn't have enough time, but when we did have time, we were able to make some plays.
Coach, that quarterback, Brett Lothar, we got to see an interview with him after you guys beat Kirtland earlier in the year, and he said he was on the sideline the last time it happened, that you guys were able to beat Kirtland. What has he meant, his development to your program and now in winning a regional title?
He's had an incredible season. He plays both sides. He never comes off the field. He snaps on PATs. He punts the ball. He covers kicks, plays outside linebacker against physical people, and he makes straight throws. He got knocked down a lot tonight, and he keeps getting up and making plays. He's a really tough, competitive kid.
Coach, last question, then we'll let you go. You're able to bring the first time since 1998 and just the second time ever get this Cuyahoga Heights team to the state semifinal. What does that mean for this program?
That's great. We had some lofty goals when the season started, but I don't know if anyone expected us to have this kind of season. It's a testament to our senior class who's played a lot of football over the years, and they're really on a great run right now. And everybody who's playing is contributing, and it's really truly a team effort, and it's a great accomplishment to get as far as we've gotten.
Well, we certainly congratulate you and the whole Redskins team on a job well done, beating Kirtland 17-0 here in the regional final. Face the Region 23 winner now in the state Final Four. Congratulations, Coach. All right, guys, impressions? 17-0. Wow. They've outscored them now 38-0 in the 2 meetings this season. Did you see this coming?
How could you?
Yeah.
Right? Because Kirtland doesn't lose until the state finals when they do lose. They either win the state finals or they lose in the state finals. And it's a testament to what Cuyahoga Heights has been able to do. And when they beat Kirtland earlier in the season, it just takes a weight off of you because they haven't been able to do that in so long. And they were able to go into this game without that weight. They've done it. They've beaten that team finally. And now they kind of just got to go up against them on even terms, and they won. Congrats to them.
Yeah, I think Coach Al Martin mentioned it for offensively for Cuyahoga Heights. We spent so much time tonight talking about the defense, and rightfully so after what they did to Kirtland for a second time this year. But offensively, when you have a guy like Dylan Drummond, the Redskins want to run the ball. When you have him out there, he's going to occupy a guy, maybe even occupy two. Now all of a sudden it just brings a different dimension to this offense, like the defense is saying, now we got to worry about him. And then we've got Durazio to worry about. We got Lothar to worry about. And there aren't a lot of people that are used to that kind of wide receiver going up against Cuyahoga Heights.
All right, let's change gears again. We got Hudson. Guess what? They're going to need to make another comeback. Head back out there, Warren G. Harding and Hudson. Remember, Hudson was down 14-3, but able to put up a couple quick early scores in the second half. Warren G. Hardy, though, responds. Lynn Bowden Wood finds Jalen Hicks. 43-yard line there. Bowden impressing so many people. Check out the throw.
Ooh. There was some heat on that throw.
Finds Hooks. And just like that, Warren G. Harding up 21-17, just a few minutes to go there in the fourth quarter. So once again, Hudson trailing in the fourth quarter. Are they able to do it again and make it 6-1 over the last 7 games when doing so?
I'm not counting them out.
They're getting the ball back.
Learned my lesson against Copley. I remember when Copley went up so big, and I'm like, wow, Copley's got this because they're just going to lean on the ground game. They got Weston Bridges. They're running the ball effectively with Austin Brenner. And then all of a sudden Hudson comes from behind. So I'm not counting them out anymore. They're just so comfortable in this kind of situation. They've got so much experience that they can draw back on, saying we've been in this position before.
Well, now the new uncomfortable is having a lead, I guess. We'll see. We'll see how they respond, because I think when you're going against a guy like Lynn Bowden, if you slip up one time now, you might be in some trouble.
Well, and it can't surprise you guys that Bowden, responded and took a lead back there for Harding.
That's why he's one of the guys that's in the running for Mr. Football. In these kinds of situations, you feel like if you're going to be regional champs, it's going to be on his arm, on his legs. And that was him putting up a big, big throw. And he's done that twice now when we've talked about how effective he is running the ball. And it seems like Hudson's been trying to take away that element of his, saying, you know what, I can throw the ball a little bit too.
Made up for that interception too, which is also something you like to see.
All right, so that game coming down to the wire. We'll keep our eyes on that one in Division II. We showed you before, St. Ignatius taking the lead back over St. Edwards. They were up by 3 points, 31-28 at last check as they got close to the fourth quarter of play. Elsewhere, Sycamore had a pretty big 21-7 lead over St. X. Meanwhile, that Pickerington Central Wayne game continues to be 7-7 at last check.
Wow.
Here. There have been 4 missed field goals in that game. Holding Wayne to 7 points is something that does not happen very often, but the Tigers defense able to do that. And Wayne, though, held, and now returned a punt to the Pickerington Central 1-yard line. So they are knocking on the door there, trying to take a lead in that Region 3 final game. It looks like it would set up a matchup with Sycamore down there in the Division I state semifinal.
You mentioned holding them to 7 points. I mean, nobody's really come close. Trotwood Madison held them to 17. Other than that, no one's come close to even holding them to that. And here's Wayne now with an opportunity, though, to take a lead.
That game is still a long way to go. About 11 minutes at last check in that one. So plenty of time though for some teams to put up points. Although 7 points for each side through 3 quarters, certainly not what we expected there. Guys, fourth quarter. All right, let's before we get thoughts here, let's go to Lorraine and Olentangy Liberty as we. Oh, Pickerington Central Wayne, excuse me. Pickerington Central Wayne, let's head there and check in on that action.
This looks like the punt
This
here.
is probably the punt return that we talked about. This came after an interception that set Pickerington Central up pretty good. And there is the punt return.
I think that's something that Wayne has had for the last couple of years, being able to make their postseason run. They've got basketball players playing football. They've got athletes all over the field.
That's Matt Wilcox taking it down to the 1 yard line and setting them up in pretty good position. About 9 minutes to go in that game. That one being played down in London, about halfway between the Dayton and Columbus areas. We mentioned the success that Wayne has had over Central Ohio teams. Looking to continue that streak. They haven't lost to a Central Ohio team in the playoffs since 2013.
You saw you had to backpedal to field that punt, which means that when you do field it, if you're able to field it, you're going to have a little bit of room to do something. And all you need, those first blocks gave him a lane to run through, and he was able to do the rest.
You couldn't tell if he was frustrated because he got caught at the 1 yard line and he shouldn't have gotten caught at the 1 yard line, or if he was a little bit hobbled there and he was slamming his helmet because he didn't know if he was going to be able to go back in the game.
Points are never guaranteed. You didn't get into the end zone. You never know if those are really going to get on the board. So we'll have to see if they're able to punch that in there. Meanwhile, the other division game that we really have, a Division I game that we really haven't talked too much about, Olentangy Liberty and Lorraine. This one a good one. About 5.5 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Liberty with a 24-20 lead over Lorraine in this one. So another one coming right down to the wire. Here in Division I.
Love it. I mean, you got to fight for these regional titles, no question about it. I mean, we talked about how close the St. Ed's, St. Ignatius game is. We've got the Wayne, Pick Central. This is what you want. This is why high school football is so great, and this is why we do a show like this every Friday night, because of these kinds of games.
And for Lorraine, you've got your second playoff appearance of all time. Their first was in 2014, never won a regional title. Liberty's been there a little bit. This is their third in a row. Never won a regional title. So you've got a great game playing out between two teams that are going to make school history tonight.
And they've got a perfect season on the line as they come into tonight, trying to move to 13-0 as they look to knock off Lorraine. They're up by 4 again with about 5.5 minutes to go in that one as we continue to move on. Again, last check we had Ignatius of 31-28 over St. Ed's, the game that we've been sort of keeping the most tabs on here. Again, reminder, if you're watching us in Northeast Ohio, you can watch that game live on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel. Central Ohio viewers get that Pickerington Central Wayne game that we just checked in on, and Southwest Ohio viewers get that Sycamore St. Xavier game down in the Cincinnati area going on down there. So that is what is going on across Division I. In Division II, we talked a lot about that Warren G. Harding and Hudson game where Warren G. Harding taking a late lead there, 21-17 over Hudson. The Explorers trying to come back in that one. Meanwhile, at last check, Anthony Wayne had a 10-point lead over Olmsted Falls, 38-28. That game also in the fourth quarter of play. LaSalle down in Southwest Ohio in Division II at last check, up big over Miamisburg. It certainly looks like the Lancers are going to advance back to the Final Four for the third straight season. Whew. Guys, where do you go from here?
There's a lot going on tonight, I guess.
You know?
And I'll tell you what, that St. Ignatius St. Ed's game has turned into one of those classic games between the two teams. They've played so many close games in the past. You mentioned that it's not often in the postseason. It's usually in the regular season, but this is what you want. You want these classic games that you're going to remember for a long, long time, and we've got a bunch of those going on right now in Ohio.
Well, we mentioned that the points are never guaranteed when you're at the 1 yard line. Let's see if Wayne can punch it in from the 1 yard line after they were set up by the great punt return.
Second and goal. And he got that big boy on the outside. Like, just toss the ball to him and say, hey, man, go get it. But Wayne being in this position, you got to give them a lot of credit because, Aaron, you mentioned at the beginning of the show, they went from Braxton Miller to Demetric Trice to Messiah DeWeaver. They keep changing quarterbacks, and yet they keep putting themselves in position where they're going to be competing for state titles. I mean, it's incredible to think about.
All right, as they try to punch things in here.
Throw the
you see
challenge
replay
flag.
there.
Yeah,
If they had it in, they had it in high school football. Let's listen in now. It's Todd Bell and Matt DeRazio on the call.
Crane offers sales and rentals of scissor lifts, boom lifts, forklift, rough terrain lifts, and crane services by the day, week, or month. American Crane also provides services on all makes and models of aerial equipment. For more information, contact them at 614-863-3198 or visit AmericanCraneInc.com. And thanks to them, we get great shots like that one looking down right on top of this second and goal play from the one. The game hanging in the balance here with 8:07 to play in the fourth quarter. Those offensive linemen are digging into that field turf. It is Pitts easily in this time for a touchdown. Fred Pitts, touchdown run on the season, number 19.
And he got that ball, and he was not going to be denied again. You talked about the acceleration Davis had on the punt return right there.
All right, Fred Pitts punches it into the end zone, and Wayne takes a 13-7 lead pending the extra point. He had a huge game last week against Dublin Kaufman, got into the end zone 4 times, put up a couple hundred yards on the ground. Obviously, Pickerington Central must be doing a pretty good job holding him in check this week. Just the second touchdown that Wayne has scored so far tonight, but couldn't hold him intact completely as he was able to get into the end zone there. It's nice when you get set up at the 1-yard line now.
Yeah, special teams in a game like this always makes a difference. And you went through the list earlier of the special teams plays that can change a game. And in that case, it was a long punt return, just short. And good on Wayne to be able to kind of capitalize on that and get into the end zone.
As you mentioned, though, Pickerington Central only lost 1 time this year. It's to Upper Arlington in overtime way back in the middle of the season. So they're certainly a team that is used to winning, and there's still some time left there. So certainly can't count out the Tigers as we come down the stretch in that game. They trail by 7, about 6 minutes or so to go in that game as Pickerington Central gets ready to get the ball back. Meanwhile, where else we go next? Again, last time we checked in St. Ignatius and St. Edward, the Wildcats had that 31-28 lead. And as they continue to play there in the fourth quarter, it's the game that so many people across Northeast Ohio are keeping their eye on. It's a game that we maybe didn't expect to see this many points in. Let's take a live look. And look at that. We are tied 31-31.
Okay.
Things have changed.
And there's a huge development in this game, too. St. Ed's starting quarterback, Kevin Kramer, he got injured in the second half after a 40-yard run to set them up in field goal range. So St. Ed's now on to a backup quarterback in this one. And Kramer, it seemed like, and we didn't see the whole game, but it seemed like he was playing pretty well, and he had learned from the first game against St. Ignatius and looked like he shook away the jitters.
Now it looks like you're going to force Ignatius to punt from their own 5-yard line.
And 1 timeout left for St. Ed's.
And Ed's have just used a timeout to stop the clock, so they're going to have an opportunity here. Good punt, though. And a good
nice little bounce there.
So you got a timeout. You have to get. Where would you feel comfortable kicking from? To 25?
So
I don't
Mason
know, obviously,
Lawler,
without knowing the leg of the kicker, maybe you know a little better than I do.
So he's already made a 33-yarder in this one. So you're probably right, Dan. Probably want to get around the 25, maybe close to the 20. And again, you're talking about St. Ed's with a backup quarterback here.
Probably wish they could call Notre Dame Cathedral Latin and see if they could borrow their kicker, for a play who tried a 56-yard field goal earlier and just missed it wide, had the distance.
And St. Ed's did have a field goal blocked in the first half. So when you're talking about distance, you're going to kick it lower and you could get a rush up the middle.
Whew, nice defensive play there by the Wildcats.
And Ed's has to kind of weigh as well as this clock ticks down with a backup quarterback. How aggressive are you going to be?
Yeah.
Because obviously you don't want to turn the ball over. And nice tag. Looked like maybe a little bit of a face mask initially, but it looked like you got the inside of the jersey there.
That was Michael Chime with the tackle for Ignatius, bringing down Melvin Jackson.
Eds is willing to take overtime here in this situation.
Can you blame him?
No.
Hit that?
No.
You don't want to force anything. You don't want to see your season end in a heartbeat just like that. You might as well take the chance and give each team a possession.
Put your quarterback on a 20-yard field as opposed to having to chuck the ball around on, with that distance.
And again, you couldn't see the entire play, but the quarterback had time. He had time, and it didn't seem like anybody was able to spring open, and that was one of the few times that St. Ignatius hasn't had that dominant pass rush. That seemed more like a coverage sack than anything right there.
We wouldn't want to see that game end the other way than go to overtime, right? Because that's how the Holy War is supposed to go. Wow. We've talked all night long about Hudson. They were trailing to Warren G. Harding in the fourth quarter. Let's head out there and see how the Explorers could respond. Down 21-17, looking to come back for a sixth time in the last 7 games after trailing in the fourth quarter. Head out to the field, and Colt Pally, he's going to find Greg Maley. That's a 20-yard touchdown, and the Explorers doing it again. This game now late in the fourth quarter. Hudson, in a back-and-forth affair, now goes up 24-21 over Warren G. Harding. You knew they were going to respond. Now the question is, does Lynn Bowden respond on the other side?
They just keep responding, too. It's not like they respond once or twice. It doesn't matter. They just keep responding and keep responding. They are absolutely relentless.
And it was Maley who had the touchdown catch against Copley. So when Colt Pillay, or whoever it is that's going to be the quarterback for Hudson, one of the three, needs a big play, they look to Maley, and Maley has stepped up and he's made big plays throughout the postseason and throughout the regular season as well. That's the guy that they want to go to. He had one-on-one coverage. He beat his defender. Perfect pass.
We've seen some good throws tonight.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what.
And that one gives Hudson the lead. Man, wouldn't it be interesting to be the coaching staff there, having to choose which quarterback you're going to put in as you come down the stretch. 3 to choose from, and they seem to be pushing all the right buttons.
Coach Goff said Colt is the more of the pocket passer, and you saw it right there.
And I've got to apologize to Dave Skosen, who sat in that chair last week and was evangelizing for Hudson and saying, don't write off Hudson against Warren Harding. And Dave Bacon and I just kind of laughed at him and said, yeah, they've never faced a Lynn Bowden. Sorry. However this game plays out, I apologize. I wrote off Hudson and obviously should not have.
Look, Pillay had more than 15 yards passing this season, 12 touchdowns, so he certainly can get it done in the air, and he gets it done there late in the fourth quarter as Hudson takes the lead 24-21 over Warren G. Harding. We just showed you St. Edward, St. Ignatius, that one tied at 31, heading into overtime. Each team getting a chance with the ball, as Dan mentioned, starting at the 20-yard line here. Be interesting to see what happens. We haven't heard yet exactly who's going to get the ball first in that overtime, but each team will get a possession, and now it comes down to, hey, who can make the one stop? Who can come up with the one big play? Of course, the Wildcats and Eagles hoping that they're able to do that in advance to the state semifinals. As we reset here, games coming down to the wire. We already told you earlier tonight, Cuyahoga Heights, advanced to its first state semifinal in 18 years with a 17-0 win over Kirtland. They now shut out the Hornets twice in this season by a combined score of 38-0. So congratulations to Coach Al Martin, who joined us earlier, as his teams, the Redskins, head on to the state Final Four. All right, let's head back down to London, where Wayne and Pickerington Central, at last check, it was 14-7 in favor of the Warriors. Can the Tigers respond? We head there live as Pickerington Central, that's Morgan Ellison, into the end zone. How do you go 3 quarters where each team could only score 7? Now all of a sudden it's like they're about to go back and forth. So going to assume that ties the game here at 14 apiece. Pick Central, Huber Heights, Wayne. All these games in Division I coming right down to the wire. This is fun.
Oh, yeah. You love it. And who knows? Maybe we'll get overtime in that game, too. Why not? Let's take this thing right up to 11 o'clock with these games.
Let's do it. Right now we're going to head back out to Bedford, St. Ignatius, St. Edward's overtime period. The Wildcats with the ball first.
And the one thing that overtime kind of does is it takes away the momentum of whatever was happening. So St. Edward probably had the momentum towards the end of that game. kind of get a chance to hit the reset button now. You get to start at the 20-yard line. Everything that's happened since is over with, and it gives St. Ignatius now a chance to hit the reset button.
From the 14-yard line, go to the ground. That was Babinski down to the 12.
So it's going to be 3rd and short. This is where Ryan has stepped up and made some big throws. He hit the big one on 3rd and 5. 2nd and 15, he hit a big one earlier. So as much as Bobinski has been the go-to guy for St. Ignatius throughout the postseason, would not be surprised at all if Coach Kyle put the ball in the hands of Ryan, who has made some plays tonight.
It's nice to have a guy in 2nd and 8 too, though, that you can hand the ball off to, and he can get you a 3rd and 3, a 3rd and kind of do whatever you want.
Guys, let's just take in exactly what we're looking at right here as we sit here, as we watch the overtime game between Ignatius and Edwards, tied at 31. We just showed you Pickering Central tying up the game with Wayne, 14-14. We talked about St. X. They trailed by 14. Guess what? They've come back. That game right now is tied 28-28. So we have 3 of the 4 Division I regional final games going on right now, all of them tied. We have no idea who's going to be playing next Friday night.
That's what you love about Division I.
Yeah.
I mean, you get these games, whether it's in the regional final level, the state semifinal level, or even in the state final. You always have some weekend when you've kind of boiled it down to the best teams, and they start going head-to-head against each other, and it's a lot of fun.
All right, here we go. 3rd and 3, big play. Cool, nice cut back. Picks up the first down.
Great cut. We've seen Zalesta do that a few times tonight for St. Ed's, and that's the vision of Bobinski. Nothing was there to the left. St. Ed's, great defense on the play, but just better vision, patience by Bobinski, knowing where the alley was going to be on the opposite side.
One of those plays that you almost wonder if it was by design, that cutback, because you had the bunch over on the left side, and everybody pulled over to that left side. You're trying to get St. Edward going one way, you go the other.
Shameless self-promotion, but with all those 3 games tied, all of them available streaming live on twtsportschannel.com.
Oh.
This one's tied no more. Babinski into the end zone. And now the pressure will go on to that St. Edward's offense. First, the pressure on the Wildcats kicker to extend this lead to 7.
Yeah, you don't want to only be up 6 after the first overtime and give St. Edward a chance to score and win on an extra point. You want to get this thing at 7 and take a little bit of pressure off of your defense at least.
And the pressure shifts to not just St. Ed's offense here, but St. Ed's offense being run by a backup quarterback. You know, you talk about all the tough spots that you could put any backup quarterback in. You're talking about playing St. Ignatius, your rival, in the postseason, coming in the 4th quarter, now overtime, and having to score a touchdown to keep your season alive, a season that was once in the hands of Kevin Kramer.
How much then do you feel like the focus then shifts to Zalesta, maybe trying to take some pressure off that backup quarterback?
Well, sure, but that's where St. Ignatius is going to focus
certainly the
too.
focus of Ignatius is going to be on
Chuck Kyle's been around for a long time. He's a really smart guy, and he's going to say, okay, if I'm going to lose, make it be the backup quarterback beating me, because I don't think he can. But don't let it be Zalesta. Don't let it be Hoover on an end around, something like that.
That backup quarterback's Melvin Jackson, number 1 there, in the shotgun as they start the drive. Oh, and he's going to the air first.
He's got him.
He could have. It looked like that ball maybe hung up a little too long.
And you know, sometimes that's maybe just not having that connection with your wide receiver. You haven't been out there playing with these guys. I like the aggression though.
Because you certainly feel like if that was Kramer, we saw him drop a ball in at the end of the first half.
Timing's just a little bit off sometimes.
That was Demarius Freeman there trying to haul it in. You could see him just sort of waiting for it to come down.
That was the perfect play call too. Everybody at Bedford, including St. Ignatius, their sideline, was expecting a run to Zalesta. And that's a perfect play call right there. But we talked about earlier, you know, when you get those opportunities, those shot plays, you have to execute them. And that was the perfect play call. The execution was a little bit off there.
All right, so now you're Coach Lombardo. You've tried it once. At this point, now you're facing 2nd and 10. Do you have to go back to the ground?
Well, it's interesting. They're coming out in a 4-wide formation, and then they're putting their quarterback in a shotgun. So they're coming out in a passing formation. That doesn't mean they can't run out of it, obviously, but they're certainly not showing run when they line up. Looks like they're going to stay in the same formation.
We've seen
here
it
for this
too.
play.
Melvin Jackson, a guy who can do things with his feet, so wouldn't be surprised to see if they maybe keep the ball in his hands. That's Celesta. Just taken down. Loss of 3 on the play.
And this is where you want to make sure your quarterback understands. Yeah, it's going to be 3rd down and 12 or 3rd down and 13, but you don't need those 12 or 13 yards on this play. You've got 2 downs to pick up those yards, so you can set up a 4th and 5. You don't have to get it all back in one play.
Third and 12. What are you going to dial up here?
I think Jackson keeps it, and Wildcats not fooled. Looked for a second that maybe they would be. A lot of them went with Celesta there on the play action.
Now it comes down to 4th and long, a situation that you don't want to be in against St. Ignatius.
And it allows Ignatius to kind of sit back and play almost like you'd play a 3rd and long. Obviously, you can just make sure you just have to tackle. That's all you need to do. Don't let anybody get behind you and tackle.
Let me correct myself. A couple number 1s on the St. Edward roster. The QB actually Garrett Zorro, not Melvin Jackson. Here you go, your ball game.
Oh,
are they going to throw a flag? No.
Gotta come down with that.
That was Cordell Hoover in the end zone. And St. Ignatius, 38-31 winner in a classic.
Wow.
A game that went back and forth, had a little bit of everything. You guys mentioned that blocked field goal early on.
Yeah.
That certainly changed things. That came back into play as this game went to overtime. But Ignatius able to get the touchdown on the first possession of overtime and then hold on with their defense. A couple great chances for the Eagles there.
This wasn't a bad throw. I mean, this kid made a couple of good throws.
And a lot of contact there before the ball got there. That's Alexander Ringfield on the coverage for the Wildcats. Flag staying in the pocket, though.
And you could see Hoover he was looking at the official. He sensed a little bit of contact, but look, if you're St. Ed's and you've got a 4th down play with your season on the line, you tried getting the ball to the guy that you needed to get the ball to. Cordell Hoover is one of your playmakers. It's him and Celesta. It's been those two all season long. So you had an opportunity. Hoover in the end zone. He got his hands on it. There was contact. It was a tough catch. But, I mean, with a backup quarterback, I don't know that you could have asked for anything other than that.
And you can't look to the officials to bail you out. Obviously, like we said, we saw contact on that. You can make the case for the flag, but it wasn't egregious. Even on the replay, it wasn't egregious. And the officials decided they didn't want to throw the flag on that. You just can't rely on that. Great job by Eds to fight back in that game, get it into overtime. Ignatius, we've kind of said all along, maybe is the best team in Region 1, and they end up as Region 1 champs.
And with the win, Ignatius now advancing to their 15th Final Four, but their first since 2011, where that year they also went on to win the state title. They've been to the state Final Four 14 years coming into tonight. They've won 11 titles.
Yeah.
So they certainly have pretty good success when they get this far in a season.
Yeah, it's for them. It's getting out of Northeast Ohio. It's getting past Solon. It's getting past St. Ed's. It's getting past those kinds of teams. They have shown, and I think part of it is because they go out in the regular season and they play against the Cincinnati teams, whether it be Elder, whether it be Moeller, whether it be St. Xavier. So when they see those teams in the postseason, there's enough of a familiarity. There's enough of a comfort zone playing against those teams. And for St. Ignatius, the challenge, the biggest challenge has been getting out of Northeast Ohio. And St. Ed's was that hurdle that they needed to clear, and kudos to them tonight. They were able to do that, and Bobinski's run was very impressive at the end of the game.
All right, so St. Ignatius moving on to the state Final Four. Meanwhile, still 2 more games tied as we go down the stretch here in Division I. We're going to take you live. St. X Sycamore, 30 seconds to go, tied at 28. This is the Bombers as the flag comes down on the play, making things happen, but we'll have to see if this one's going to come back. Yeah. Certainly looked like a hold where that flag was thrown.
Big shot there, too. Clifford, a kid heading to Penn State, play quarterback. He took a shot on this play.
Yeah, you would hope that the quarterback would just get down right there. And
He's a big dude, though, and you can tell because he's the one that took the shot, but he's the one that's still kind of standing afterwards. He didn't even really go down, just stayed on his knees. Everybody else is laying on the ground around him.
That's Sean Clifford, 6'3", 210 pounds, as Dan mentioned, headed off to Penn State next year, but coming back on the penalty. So it looks like bringing up a second 21. Steve Speck, not so happy about that one.
And you're faced with that decision. You be careful and play for overtime. You probably don't if you have a quarterback like Clifford, and they clearly are not.
And thrown into double coverage, probably lucky that one didn't get picked up. But at that point, you know what? If that one gets picked off, as long as you stop a run back, there's probably not much harm that's gonna happen in that. So do you take here 7 seconds left? Do you take one more shot?
Yeah, for sure. Crazy things happen in high school football. Absolutely. See if you can get behind the defense, break a tackle, something along those lines. Absolutely, you take a shot, especially with a quarterback like that. That's why you have a kid like that. But you can see the head coach, he was telling his quarterback, go, go, go. The clock's going to run as soon as you're ready. And it looked like St. Xavier lost about 6-7 seconds on that play because they couldn't get lined up in time.
All right, here we go. Final play of regulation. Clifford's going to keep it unless he get out of bounds here, maybe with a second or two left.
Trying to set up a manageable throw. That was risky, though.
What? It was.
He used 6 of those 7 seconds.
Looked like he may have had his eye on the clock, able to step out there with a second to go. You're Steve Speck. Maybe you wish he just did.
Hair turned a little more gray on that run.
You never know when that clock operator is going to hit the stop button. But he got it in time. St. X still has a timeout left if they decide they want to talk about this one and what they want to do.
Previous throw went what, about 50? 20 to the 20? Right about that? So he might have enough. Man, some high school kids can't get it there. He might have enough. Let's see if he does.
See how far he can throw it. He's got plenty of time, that's for sure. Whew! And then he just, nothing open. Unless.
Flip it. Big fella was waiting.
The problem with flipping it in this situation is, you can't let that ball go back the other way and then the game in a heartbreaker. So, guess what? We got a second Division I game going to overtime.
That's interesting that
he never threw it.
Almost waiting for somebody to come open.
Yeah, you don't need anybody
No, you just throw it up there.
Throw the Hail Mary there, I would think. But maybe they thought they had something and somebody would come up. I don't know, but that was a bizarre series.
I wanted to see his arm.
I did too.
Come on, now I wanted to see. He had the time to get it there.
So for the second straight week now, St. X heading into overtime. Last week, they came from behind, able to tie things up in regulation and then beat Coleraine. This week, they are now came from 14 points back against Sycamore and heading into overtime with the A's. So we'll certainly keep our tabs on that. Meanwhile, Pick Central and Wayne, that game was tied with 14 with about a minute to play. Looks like, though, Pick Central trying to drive down the field. They had the ball on the Wayne 7-yard line right now as they try to take a late lead in the final minute there and knock off Wayne in a game that has been, points have been hard to come by today.
Yeah, all over the place. Points have been hard to come by, except in second halves. We've seen it kind of open up, except for in this game. This has been the outlier so far. See what happens. I mean, when you're going against Wayne, you know how good they are. And Pickerington Central has been up for the challenge.
All right, well, keep an eye definitely on both these Division I games. But in the meantime, let's head back to Division IV. Steubenville and Shelby, the Whippet, and the Big Red. Jeff Szabo there. Jeff, what do you got for us for an update?
Well, final score here from Paul Brown Massillon Tiger Stadium. It is Steubenville 29, Shelby 15. Steubenville was able to get a late score by Jacob Bernard late in the game, and defensively in the second half, they really picked it up. They really started putting more linebackers in the box, and as a result, they were able to stop Shelby at key moments of that second half.
Jeff, you mentioned they put more people in the box. Is that how they were kind of able to contain Brennan Armstrong?
At certain times, yes. There were moments in which Armstrong was contained just by putting more linebackers in the box, and then there were certain times when when Shelby would hand the ball up the middle to Devin Brown just to try and get some momentum going. And almost as soon as Brown had the ball, he was sacked behind the line or tackled behind the line of scrimmage. And there were also some other instances in which Shelby really had their opportunities in the red zone, but either couldn't capitalize or they just couldn't get in the end zone. And that really proved to be a pretty big difference in the game.
What were your impressions of Steubenville? Assess their chances moving forward.
Really just a team that didn't quit, a team that can really adjust. There were times in which they could have let their guard up a little bit, and they could have let Shelby creep back into this one, but they stuck with their game plan. They played very well defensively. They really started to key in, and they took advantage of turnovers that occurred in the second half. I really think that the Steubenville team, when all the pieces start falling into place, they can move the ball down the field, not just with the running game, but they also do have a couple of wide receivers that get open pretty well. And once that passing game gets going, they really have a pretty fluid offense that can take advantage of a lot of the opportunities.
All right, Jeff, we certainly appreciate it. Steubenville, the big win here. Moving on now to their 17th Final Four in program history. Of course, last year they were able to move all the way to the state title game. See if they can do that next Friday night. Thanks, Jeff. All right, back to Division I. Pickerington Central and Wayne. We mentioned it was 14-14 coming down to the wire. Let's take a look in and see how, we'll wait a second here as we see how that one finishes up. Coming down to the wire, Pickerington Central, we mentioned it, driving down the field, trying to see if they could end the Warriors' season and head on to the state Final Four. We'll get to that game in just a minute. Impressions, though, first of Steubenville.
Well, on the other side, good news for Shelby is Brendan Armstrong is only a junior. So they'll have him back, dual threat quarterback, getting looks from teams like North Carolina, even Ohio State kind of on the radar, 3-star kids. So they certainly, when you have a guy like that on your roster, certainly hopes heading into the next year. But Steubenville just kind of doing what they do. They were able to bottle up that rushing attack and win a tough game against the Whippets.
Against the Whippets. Well, speaking of that, we'll stick with that game for now. Jacob Bernard joining us on the phone after the Big Reds' big win over Shelby. Congratulations, Jacob, on the win. What are your impressions after the 29-15 victory for your team tonight?
All right, Jacob, your team didn't quit in the second half. Defensively, they really made some key stops. What really attributed to your team's success?
I think just basically staying on offense as long as we could. And just keep moving the ball and moving the chain.
And then it really looked like your offensive line really stood up at certain times and really gave you a pretty big push.
Yeah, they definitely did. They made some nice holes for me in that second half.
And then also talking about also the wide receivers, they got open at times and they made some pretty good plays.
Oh yeah, I gotta give them good credit for that. Real good.
And then take us through that last touchdown that you had towards the end. It obviously turned out to be the difference maker. What really helped you get in the end zone right there?
Actually pushing the back got me in and staying off my knee.
All right, and you guys excited for the next round?
Oh yeah, definitely.
All right, what do you think you should expect from here on out?
Good talent and just work hard, I guess. And we'll be good.
All right, thank you.
All right, Jacob Bernard there after Steubenville's 29-15 win over Shelby. We mentioned the two Division I games that were still going on. We saw St. X and Sycamore head into overtime there down in Southwest Ohio in Mason. Meanwhile, in London, Pickerington Central and Wayne tied 14-14 apiece as they came down in the final minute. So we'll check in on that one coming up in just a little bit. Meanwhile, in the other Division I regional final in Region 2, it was Olentangy Liberty coming away with a 4-point win over Lorain, ending the Titan season.
Yeah, heck of a season for Lorain. I mentioned they hadn't won 10 games in a season since 1930. 1930. Think about everything that's been invented since then. So for them to start the year with 2 straight losses, Midview, Elyria, then rip off 10 in a row and beat Olentangy, beat Dublin Jerome, show that, you know, they've got the pieces to compete on this kind of level when you get to the playoffs, but fall short. When you lose to a team that's undefeated at this point, like, I don't think you hold your head down or you feel like you squandered an opportunity. It's one of those situations where even though Lorraine lost, huge step forward for the program and tons of things to be proud of.
All right, we want to welcome the viewers who are joining us now who are watching the St. Ignatius-St. Edward game on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel. Of course, St. Ignatius with the 38-31 win over St. Edward in overtime. Aaron Goldstein, Chris Feeder, Dan Lobby taking it all the way up to 11 o'clock in High School Blitz right here on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel. We mentioned the Region 3 game, Pickerington Central and Wayne. Tied 14-14 in the final minute. Let's go now. They're live. It's Todd Bell, Matt DeRazio on the call, guys.
You don't need to fight for it and give up the ball. Just get down, and you're in perfect position to win this football game.
Timeout, Pick Central, and that'll give us an opportunity to see how Pick Central answered that touchdown. And Matt, we were thrown off guard because the second time tonight they were in the same fake punt. It was a huge gainer down the right sideline to Tavon Myers. After they had a touchdown taken off the board, they recovered from that and a holding penalty. And then Ellison scores on the 1-yard leap to tie it. And now a huge run by Darius Coker has set them up first down and goal from the 7-yard line. A lot of things to run through here. First off, for Wayne, they got to keep him out of the end zone.
Yep.
Obvious. Force them into a field goal try where tonight Brandon Bulmer has missed twice. They were lengthy tries, but that's all you can hope for right now if you're Wayne.
Yeah, and if you're Pickering Central, you've got to try to find a way. Obviously, like you said, you want to score a touchdown here. You don't want to leave it up to the kicking game. It's just not been working out well all night long. So you want to cross the goal line. You want to get those 6 points and secure the victory that way. Now it's just trying to find a way of what play is going to do that. What are we going to do that's been working and we're going to capitalize on it.
Ellison is back out there. First and goal. Inside the 5 for the senior running back on his way to Ohio University next year. Let's check in again with Marty Bannister as we've got a timeout called by Pickerington Central, their second use. Marty?
Well, Darius Coker, guys, earlier in the week, Jay Sherritt called him their leader. And when you think back to the season, the young man has had the long run he snapped off a couple of moments ago to put them in this goal situation. Remember, he broke his had a leg injury earlier this year that took him out of 5 games after the 4th game of the season. He comes back in the 10th game, and all he does in that game is go 7 for 8 and throw a couple of touchdown passes, which we were talking to Jay Sherritt. He didn't sound surprised at that at all. And again, we touched on at the top of the telecast tonight about the offensive line. They take pride in not letting people get to Darius Coker, and you see why when he snapped off that long run. But he's a guy, everybody follows him over there in Pickerington Central. They know what the kid's all about. And tonight he's made a huge play. He's given them a chance to win this game with under a minute left.
He had 163 yards rushing last week in their win, and this big run here tonight, Matt, has set him up to try and win this one.
I think for him, it's finding a way to win. That's the kind of leader he is. He may do it with his arm at times. He can do it with his legs. He protects the football. He makes good decisions. And the key is he's a winner. And when you're a winner, you find a way to win. It may not look pretty all the time, but at the end of the day, you get the W.
Saw both combatants, head coaches, 33 years of experience between the two, head coaching their respective schools. From the 5, it'll be second down, and they go with Jermichael Graham in the backfield. Coker on the keep, dropped behind the line of scrimmage by Crane. Wayne thinking the ball had popped out. It had not. And third down coming up.
Tried a little misdirection here. We've got the underneath motion, trying to some deception. Try to give the ball back to Coker because he was the guy that had the big run. He's the big frame. thing about it is this Wayne defense is too tough. Not fooled at all, and tons of pressure.
And Wayne will try and preserve some time here, and they'll call their last timeout, which will give us an opportunity to tell you that in Region 1, it is a final Cleveland St. Ignatius over St. Ed's 38-31 in overtime.
Holy cow.
No, holy war.
There you go. Just some solid football anywhere you go. And, back to Coach Minton's, comments, that's what Friday night's all about, right? It's about Friday night football and playing it. And so far tonight, we've seen and heard about some crazy games.
Well, this one has had a little bit of everything. How is it going to unfold? I have no idea. If you're Pickerington Central here, do you dare go to the air? Right now you're on the near side hash mark. Do you run something towards the right to try and get it between the hashes to set it up for your kicker? Or do you trust Darius Coker and maybe the tight end Trenton Gillison, who's had a couple of key catches tonight?
I'm not sure, but all I do know is that Jay Sherritt has run 2 successful fake punts, so he's not afraid to roll the dice. And both times he did it was in his own territory at crucial points in the game. Don't be surprised if he does something similar right here.
Darius Coker. This Wayne defense has given up as many points tonight as they did in the first 2 games of the playoffs. It's still only 14. Coker will work out of the gun and an empty backfield. On third down, he will run on the quarterback draw inside the 5, still on his feet, and to the 2. And Wayne cannot stop it. And if you're Pickerington Central, you're going to let this go down and call timeout, and it's going to be on the legs of Brandon Bulmer.
So this play was a little bit of both. Try to get to the middle of the field. If we can score, great, we win the football game. If we don't, it's basically like an extra point, and our kicker is lined up and ready to go, and to give him confidence in exactly what he's been successful on all year is converting on extra points.
Down to senior Brandon Bulmer. And again, including tonight, 45 of 49 on point afters. And again, this is virtually an extra point with where the ball is sitting, as Pickerington Central will use its final timeout. And the run for the Wayne Warriors, 10-2 in their last 12 playoff games. Those 2 losses in the state championship game to Lakewood St. Ed's, and the Tigers of Pickerington Central, twice state runners-up in 2006 and in 2011, are a field goal away from playing either St. Xavier or Sycamore next week in a state semifinal. That game's in overtime.
All right, well, he didn't get to see it, but Pickerington Central goes on and kicks the field goal. He did make it, and Pickerington Central pulls well, you got to call a little bit of an upset there. Coming down a last-second field goal win, 17-14. See if we have a chance to see this finish up here. Took the suspense away, I guess, but when you're kicking it from there, you'd hope that there's not too much suspense.
You know what, I don't if you're a 17, 18-year-old kid in this spot, I don't think there is such a thing as an easy kick.
Out of the Dalton Stefanidis hold. For the win.
Brandon Volmore sending the Tigers to the state Final Four. And there you have it, 17-14 the final. I got to tell you, whoever picked the games this week on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel, kudos to you. 3 games all coming down right to the wire. St. Ignatius St. Edward, Pick Central Wayne, with the Tigers winning in the final second as time expired on that Volmer field goal. And Sycamore St. Xavier headed to overtime, tied at 28. The Bombers coming from 14 points down. Again, a second straight week where they've come from behind and forced overtime. Could they take advantage in the overtime like they did last week? Last week, that was the case where Coleraine got the ball first, could not score. This week, the Bombers getting the ball first. As we check in down in Southwest Ohio, those two teams headed into overtime tied at 28. Sean Clifford can get the first opportunity in that game to give the Bombers a lead, something that they have not had in quite a long time.
I think you're all right with that. I think you're all right with putting the ball in Clifford's hands and letting him kind of dictate what happens in these overtime periods.
It'll be interesting to see. We're going to take a look down in Southwest Ohio. That game being played at Mason High School there tonight as the 5 versus 7 seed. Look at it. We already saw 1-7 seed. Did NDCL down? All my scores getting mixed up. Did NDCL move on to win? They were in a good spot, trailing 8-6 last we checked there. Sycamore trying to be a 7 seed as well, advancing on to trying to advance onto the state Final Four again. That game tied 28-28 as they head into overtime. The final Division I game that's still going on here. Southwest Ohio viewers can watch that game on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel. Everyone can see it on twcsportschannel.com. It's streaming live right there as well. Well, you saw the ending there to the Pick Central Wayne game. Impressions on that?
Well, Pick Central's defense, are you kidding me? They held Heber Heights Wayne to 14 points, and one of those touchdowns was set up by a big, long punt return, getting it down to the 1. So holding Heber Heights Wayne to 14, that says a lot about Pick Central's defense.
All right, now let's go to Mason. St. X and Sycamore tied at 28 as they head into overtime. The Bombers getting the ball first in the extra session. And that is Clifford, and he connects into the end zone to give St. X that lead that they've long been looking for. Able to connect with Andrew Wittrock for the touchdown. Nice looking pass from Clifford.
Yeah, good little shoulder throw right there.
Right to the pylon, and that game now has just gone final. Sycamore converted on a 3rd and 14 to set up a 1st and goal at the 10, but the Bombers defense came up big, able to stop them after that. And Sycamore's dream season, the first time they ever made it this far, comes to an end here. 35-28 the final as St. X advances to the state Final Four, a team that was 5-5 in the regular season, now 3-0 in the playoffs.
How about these numbers from Sean Clifford? This is from St. Xavier's live stats site. 19 of 27 for 229, couple of scores. Pretty good, right?
Yeah.
21 rushes, 171 yards, 2 more scores.
Yeah.
When you have a guy like that, a guy that's going to Penn State, he's listed as a pro-style quarterback, but obviously he's shown his ability to run the football. When you have a guy like that, you've got a chance to win any game you play in, even a game when you're trailing like the Bombers were.
Want to welcome the audience that was watching the Pickerington Central Wayne game. You guys saw the Tigers win 17-14 over the Warriors to advance to the state Final Four. Thanks for joining us here on Friday Night Huddle. Aaron Goldstein, Chris Fedor, Dan Lobby taking you all the way up to 11 o'clock. And then you make sure you stay with us because we got High School Blitz from 11 to 11:30. Neil Sika, Matt Finkus will have highlights from games all across the state. 12 of the 16 games all across the state you'll get to see highlights from. And then at 11:30 on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel, another game in your area that you will get to see. So all these games coming down to the wire. We now know the state semifinals in Division I. It'll be St. X against Pickerington Central on one side, and it will be St. Ignatius against Olentangy Liberty on the other side. Only one top seed advances to the state Final Four, and who would have thought it'd be Olentangy Liberty?
Although, again, sometimes you have to look at the seedings a little side-eyed because St. Ignatius we talked about.
Yeah.
We've kind of talked about throughout the season we've thought was the best team in their region. St. Xavier, Aaron, you mentioned, a lot of people think they played the toughest schedule in the country. So obviously, they got a 5 next to their name, but again, take that with a grain of salt because there's a chance that they were maybe the best team. Obviously, it played out that they were the best team in the region, but there's a chance that maybe they were the best team in that region coming in to begin with.
That's why when you look at teams, you have to ask how and why, and you have to dig into their schedule because there are a lot of teams in Division I, whether it's Region 1, 2, 3, 4, they stack their schedule so much so that they're battle tested. I remember having a conversation with head coach Steve Trevisano from Menor a few years ago saying, we play the kind of schedule that we do so that we can use the regular season to prepare for the postseason. And it doesn't matter to these teams if they go in as a 4 seed or a 5 seed or a 7 seed, because that's not always representative of the kind of team that they put out there. So 5 St. Xavier is not your typical 5 seed. We're talking about one of the best teams, a battle-tested team. They've played St. John Bosco from California, Coleraine, Menor, St. Ignatius once already. They beat Coleraine so far in the postseason. So it's always important to ask yourself how and why and dig into how they got to the record that they have.
As you guys look ahead now to next week in the state semifinal, certainly St. Xavier and St. Ignatius, the 2 power names on this bracket. What do you expect to see there?
Well, they're the 2 power names, and I think they won 2 power regions.
Yeah,
so that gives them an edge. If I had to pick, I would say it would be Ignatius versus Xavier in the final. But sometimes you go through that difficult region, and then you've got to play a team like Liberty that's gone through maybe not as good a region, but that's still a good football team. You got to play Pickerington Central. Look, they had to beat a good Wayne team to get where they are. So nothing is given in this round of the playoffs. No matter who you are, no matter what region you came out of, I would think we'd end up with Ignatius Xavier, but nothing surprises you in Division I.
All right, don't tell that to Coach Steve Hale of Olentangy Liberty Patriots. The Patriots a 24-20 win over Lorraine tonight. Let's head out to Mansfield and check in with Coach Hale.
I thought we struggled a little bit early. It's probably a little bit of nerves. We first time in a region championship. I thought our kids fought through a lot of adversity really well. That's a really good football team. Really good football team. Coach has done an amazing job there. Those guys play hard. They come after. He's got some really good players. I thought our kids fought through it all the way right up to the very end. And we got some things we got to clean up this week if we want to get better next week.
Hey, congratulations.
We'll just put the film in.
All right, there you go. His Patriots moving on.
Dan's right. You don't want to take anything away from anybody that's advanced to this point, and as he said, paying homage to LeBron, nothing is given, everything is earned. And this is no disrespect to the other teams that are there, but I thought there was one team that could have prevented St. Ignatius from winning a state championship, and they got over that team tonight, and it was St. Ed's. So to me, St. Ignatius is the best team going into the semifinals. Does it always play out that way? No, it's football. Crazy things happen. Crazy bounces happen. But to me, that was the hurdle that St. Ignatius needed to clear in order to win the state title.
And one thing to take away from that game, we heard from Steve Hale. One of the things from doing this show that I'll kind of remember is Dave McFarland, the night they clinched that playoff berth. And just how proud he was of that football team and the program he's built there. We've kind of talked about how he's gone after players to get guys to come out and play football. And it's kind of what high school football is all about, these programs that kind of get built up, and he's done a great job with that program. And even though they didn't get that first regional title, they've got something going there in Lorraine.
Well, speaking of Dave McFarland, always gracious in the loss, let's head back to Mansfield and check in with the Lorraine head coach.
Well, give them a lot of credit. They're a great football team, and I thought they wore us down. We're pretty physical. Carlos gave us about every ounce he had, and our defensive MVP, Quentin Pardon, was out with a knee injury. They went back in, and he gave us all he had. Both teams were pretty beat up, but just kind of a numbers game, I guess. In the second half, we didn't have a little bit of extra oomph on defense. They made some great plays. That's what great championship football is all about, right there. We had a chance to win it at the end of the game, and I couldn't be any prouder.
How much did you guys miss Sly out there too?
Oh, there's no doubt. Our left tackle was hurt his ankle in that game, and then Sly at the right tackle wasn't there, and then we had a backup tackle, and that certainly hurt our running game a lot. But again, there's no excuses. They played a great game, and I tell you what, you watch our young men out there tonight. They played with great pride. They represented well, and it's hard to lose a game, but I couldn't be any prouder.
What can you say about?
All right, there you go, Coach Dave McFarland after his team's 24-20 loss at the hands of Olentangy Liberty. All right, we've talked a lot about Division I, Division II. Those games have gone final, so we know the 4 teams that are going to play next week in the state semifinal. What we don't know at this point is who's going to play each other. It's the one division that was left open as to which regions were going to match up with each other. However, we have talked all night about the Hudson-Harding game. We've talked about the comeback from the Explorers, and they were able to pull it off, 24-21, the final in that one. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Massillon Perry, they pull off a 17-6 win over New Albany. LaSalle, a huge win, 45-14 over Miamisburg. And in the other one, Anthony Wayne, a 38-31 win over Olmsted Falls. So the 4 teams are all set in Division II. We're just waiting to find out the matchups.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to kind of see how they end up pairing that up. How about Hudson? Back to the state semifinals. You count them out. You just can't do that. They're too good of a program, and especially now that they've moved down to Division II recently when they made Division I a little bit smaller. Hudson has been able to take advantage of that. They're playing against schools that are a little more their size. They were always one of the smaller Division Is, and they're just proving that as good as they were in Division I, they're even better in Division II.
And the thing that stands out to me when it comes to Hudson, Aaron, and we heard from the Olentangy Liberty head coach saying that our guys had a lot of nerves going into tonight. And you might be thinking, well, they're 12-0. They went undefeated. How is that possible? Those guys haven't been there before. Hudson has been there. They understand what it takes to win this time of year. And their players, whether they were playing in the game physically or not, they were in that kind of environment. And anytime they play against those kinds of teams that haven't been there before, they're going to have the advantage. And I think you see something like that show up when you're in the postseason.
Explorers heading to the state Final Four for the 3rd straight year. Pretty impressive. We mentioned the Anthony Wayne win over Olmsted Falls. The Generals able to hold off the Bulldogs. Tim Bielik has been there all night. Tim, what did you see from Anthony Wayne that impressed you?
Well, it was, as advertised, a matchup of 2 running football teams doing it a little bit of different ways, but 38-31 final score. Anthony Wayne pretty much led wire to wire after the first quarter when they took a 14-7 lead. General was going for 509 yards on the ground. They only attempted 1 pass. It was incomplete, but Evan Brown goes for 287 yards, 2 touchdowns. Nick Schneider, the quarterback, pretty much just as effective, 226 yards rushing, 3 touchdowns, including the one with about 3:37 left that proved to be the game winner. Bulldogs just not able to get much going on defense. They only stopped 1 third-down attempt from Anthony Wayne in the game, and I thought that was the difference. They were behind by 14 at halftime, cut it to 3, but they were not able to get Anthony Wayne off the field when it mattered, and that's the reason why the Generals are into the Final Four.
You mentioned all the rushing yards and the 1 pass attempt. So what is it that makes Anthony Wayne's offense so effective when everybody knows they're going to run the ball?
Well, Coach Tom DeLuca mentioned after the game, Anthony Wayne's offensive line was just fantastic. They were able to create holes for both Brown and Schneider to run through. Both of them very patient runners. Brown was very patient, waited for his running lane to open, and when he saw it, he just took off with it. They didn't really have many big runs. They churned out about 7-8 yards at a time. And most of the time in this game, Olmsted Falls was really off balance. They couldn't get a hand on Brown or Schneider until about 5 yards down the field. And when the first contact you make with the back is usually 5-6 yards down the field, if you're an offense, that's a pretty good sign.
All right, Anthony Wayne moving on to the state semifinals. We said they await to find out who their opponent will be next weekend. We're expecting the OHSA to come out with the announcing those matchups coming up really probably anytime soon. Thanks, Tim. We appreciate all the work down there at that game tonight. All right, guys, final few minutes of the show. Biggest impressions that you take out of this regional final Friday night?
Hudson. I've got to say it, Hudson. And I would imagine they're going to get Perry next week. Those schools, pretty close together. It's a tough spot for LaSalle because they're not close to any of those schools, but I would imagine they would end up with Anthony Wayne, who's up near Toledo. But Hudson, man, just keep coming back against a very good Warren Harding team. What can you say about them? There's really not much more to say about that school other than, man, they are resilient.
I'll say St. Xavier. You talk about beating Coleraine last week in overtime and asking yourself, what did that take out of you? Are you going to be mentally and physically ready for the game against Sycamore? They got down. They came from behind. They showed why they played the toughest schedule in the area. They've probably had the toughest road to this point, and yet through it all, they're here and they knocked off a team 2 weeks ago that a lot of people felt like could win a state championship in Coleraine. So the Bombers, despite that record, despite the seed, for them to win again tonight against Sycamore after beating Coleraine last week, hats off to them. Heck of a team. They're going to be tough next week.
They are heading to their 7th Final Four in program history. The first time, hard to believe, the first time since 2011 that St. Xavier has won a regional title and advanced to the state Final Four. They haven't won a championship. They've won 2 of them total, haven't won since 2007. Let's take a last look at the brackets here in Division 4. Here's how it all lines up. That is Perry and Steubenville on one side of the bracket, and then the defending champs, Bishop Hartley and Archbishop Alter. Would you guys be surprised at all if we saw a rematch of last year's state final between Hartley and Steubenville?
Well, Perry's going to have something to say about it, though. Let me tell you, Perry's been good all season long. It was a grinded-out win for Perry, a different kind of win than what they're used to, and I think that shows a lot, especially going into a game against Steubenville, where you're probably going to have to win that kind of game.
And Colston Brewster's a nice quarterback for them, too. Smart kid as well. Some of the schools looking at him, they're looking at Ivy League opportunities maybe for him after his senior season next year. So smart, talented quarterback for Perry, and that can take you a long ways.
We saw a couple 7 seeds come awfully close in trying to pull the upsets and get to the Final Four, but Sycamore fell just short. Notre Dame Cathedral Latin falls just short. And that, there you see at the top seed, Perry moving on to face Steubenville coming up on next Friday night, and 1 win away from advancing to the state championship games at Ohio Stadium. Those are taking place December 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. You can watch all those games on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel. And, of course, next week's games, there'll be games live on the channel as well, streamed at twcsportschannel.com. Guys, it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Thanks for hanging with us and watching football all night long.
You know it.
All right, coming up next on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel, it's High School Blitz, followed by another game of regional interest coming up at 11:30. For Chris and Dan, I'm Aaron. Thanks for joining us all night long.
Hudson.